live on YouTube. Yeah, cool. So we're live on YouTube and we'll start recording.
I don't know how to stop that.
As with I'm going to say, I probably will always say it just coming in. But yeah, live on YouTube, recording in progress. Obviously, that's your camera. We've got one person currently joining. Just everyone who joins is now going to be your own. But yeah, other than that, this person's muted. We've got a chat quick. But yeah, cool. I guess other than that, if you want to look at the chat, you can open that up, but obviously that shows up on there.
Yeah,
yeah, but for the most part, yeah, that's all set up and working. Yeah, we're recording, we're live on YouTube. I've signed in the account, and if you do need,
okay, that's fine.
well, I mean, to be fair, that's all for you. That's everything there. I'll just carry on to the end. But yeah, we should be good to go.
So just once that we started, it's just audio volume.
Yeah, which I've walked around and tested it, and yeah, as long as obviously there's not a million bits of sound going this way, sound will be heard. The thing is, yeah, you might have to speak a little bit about it. I just think here, do we know what's actually works? There's something for the sound around the room. Because yeah, if we can get this working, you can technically talk around the room and that should be picked up if it's too quiet. But yeah, that's not just a turn on. So I guess we have to go through battery. So unless the battery's dead.
Shall I let go another one?
Yeah, I mean, I'm good. Yeah. The only thing would be this, but I don't have a
We're all good from the IT.
We need it to be louder, but to be sure that it's up. We're sure that it's
Right, we can underway. So welcome everybody to the hearing of Plan Change 59. My name is David Caldwell. I've been appointed as the Commissioner to hear and make recommendations on this matter. The ultimate decision is for the Council to make the recommendation. For those of you who perhaps don't know me online, I'm a barrister practicing out of Chambers in Christchurch. And I have been involved in a series of plan change hearings for so on over the last few months. So the matter is set down for a week. We do have quite a bit to get through, but I'm reasonably familiar with the issues because I have been involved in a number of plan changes, and I'm familiar with a number of the witnesses who, and their evidence, which is obviously adjusted for this hearing, but I don't propose, and I don't think it's actually would require me to go through questioning for the sake of it if I have the understanding of the witnesses. Now, I've obviously read the evidence and all of the submissions, particularly from those who wish to be heard. A timetable has been circulated, and I'll try to stick to that as much as we can. And at this stage, I'm thinking if we get, if for any reason we get through, perhaps some of the applicants' experts a little earlier than anticipated, I think I'll probably look at least for today. If we finish a little bit early, then I will finish a bit early, I think. I don't want to put everybody out of order, and this gives me the opportunity to refresh myself and witnesses evidence for the next day as well. Now, so the hearings conduct, or I tend to conduct these hearings with the as informal as is appropriate. Obviously, there are some basic rules, including the rule that if anybody is speaking, they have the opportunity to do so uninterrupted. Everybody gets their go. So it's just really those common courtesy, that basis of common courtesy, really, which underlines the ruling of it. Yeah, so that's sort of the particular matters that relate to the hearing process, but there's no cross-examination, and if anybody has questions of clarification, they can put them to me, and if I think it's an appropriate question, I will then put that to the witness. So in terms of order, we've got the time, the run sheet set out, which is handy, and we'll stick to that. We'll get the respondent, get the applicant underway reasonably shortly. There will be some matters that we'll need to discuss at the conclusion of the hearing week, and they will include what Ms. Appleyard for the applicant wishes to do with her reply, and also a site visit. So if anybody has particular issues that they, or particular locations that they would like me to see on the site visit, then it's helpful if they are raised. I'd probably look at undertaking a site visit next week if at all possible. And I understand it's a working farm, so there'll be some issues around that. Just in terms of the roles of the various participants, everybody has a very important role to play in this hearing, and that is in terms of both experts and lay submitters. It's very important that I get that information and everybody has the opportunity to be heard. We'll also hear from the reporting officers, not necessarily all of those who have contributed to the Section 42A report, but Mr. Boys is certainly present at the moment, and there'll be some questions for some of those witnesses as well. Now their role is, as it is for all experts in this process, is to assist me in my consideration of the matter. Any recommendation that is made by the reporting officers is not in any way binding on me. Now the hearing is being recorded. I've asked for it to be recorded by way of Zoom. It simply avoids me having to write such copious notes. It won't be transcribed, but it is recorded. Housekeeping, the toilets are out in the foyer. If there's an emergency, we go out here and find our way around to the car park. It's a no smoking facility in grounds, but yeah, we'll hope we won't get through. Hope we don't have any issues with any emergency occurring. So I will get underway with that, and I won't do a full record of who's appearing at this stage. Actually, one thing I should say is in terms of masks, when people are speaking, I don't require them to speak and to wear masks. And when they're perhaps from the submitter's table forward, I don't require that. But if you're sitting in the public galleries, it gets followed during the course of the day, particularly. I appreciate you keeping the masks on. And obviously, when we're wandering around or morning tea breaks, afternoon tea breaks, etc., mask wearing should be always is compulsory. So, unless there are any other matters that want to be raised, I'll just give you to introduce the team as if you're.
Thank you. My name is Jo Appleyard, and I'm appearing for the applicant Rolleston Industrial Developments Limited. I might just get everybody who's here at the moment to introduce themselves.
Yep. So my name is Lucy Forrester. I'm assistant journalist counsel for the applicant.
I'm Tim Carter, Director of Rolleston Industrial Development.
Jeremy Phillips, planner from Toga, Director of Rolleston Industrial Developments.
And Gary, you can introduce yourself.
Gary Sellers, Colliers Federation.
And Mr. Boys. People in the gallery at the moment, are you submitters or?
I am one place on interest, but I didn't schedule to speak.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you might have to raise that with as to whether there is an opportunity there, but just obviously when any submitter is called, they'll just introduce themselves and so I'll report the appearances then. All right, we can get it right. We'll move hands.
Thank you. I've prepared a set of legal submissions. They're larger than they need to be. That is not the cause for alarm. I'm conscious that we are under work pressure for time this week. Parts of these submissions repeat some legal arguments that have been raised in previous hearings that you're well familiar with. They're covered off for consistency see, because I'm aware that parties such as CCC and ECAN will be appearing here. I don't intend to repeat them, but I am conscious that it's a different group of submitters here, and I did think that they should be included for completeness.
Yeah,
But I'm not intending to take a huge amount of time going through those matters.
Well, I'm actually happy for you just to read it through, and I appreciate there will be some issues that I've heard before, but it's, I think it's important.
Thank you.
to read it through if it's-
I'll take
if
that.
that's okay.
Here, thank you. Now, paragraph 1, this hearing will determine a request by Rolleston Industrial Developments Limited to the Selwyn District Council to change the operative Selwyn District Plan to rezone approximately 190 hectares of land on Springs Road, Lincoln, currently zoned rural Outer Plains, to Living Z and Business 1. It's also known as Plan Change 69. This plan change would enable approximately 2,000 residential sites and 3 small commercial areas. An outline development plan is proposed for the PC 69 site, as well as some bespoke rules related to the site, which have either been proposed or agreed by the applicant as a way to mitigate adverse effects and otherwise address concerns raised by the council and submitters through this process. So these legal submissions, firstly and most importantly, will provide an update on changes made to the plan change since notification and since the filing of evidence. We'll consider the responsive planning framework under the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, particularly in light of the directive nature of the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement. We'll discuss the merits of a strategic planning process as against a private plan change process, and we'll provide a brief comment on, without regurgitating the evidence, on matters relating to versatile soils, Moores Lane, the Lincoln Wastewater Management Pond, the Resource Management Enabling Housing Supply Amendment Bill, and some evidence filed by Nancy Borries. And we'll introduce the relevant witnesses and experts. These legal submissions do not repeat the objective and policy analysis for PC 69 of the district plan and other resource management documents, except insofar as required for the discussion of the main issues which I outline below. This analysis has already been set out in the original application, and Mr. Boyd's report and the evidence of Mr. Phillips. So what I wanted to do first was take the Commissioner through changes that have been made to the application for PC 69. There have been a number of changes made to the proposed rules and the ODP since the initial application for the plan change. These also include a number of changes which have been proposed after the filing of the applicant's evidence, so that will be news to the Commissioner and submitters. Following the filing of applicant evidence, a number of applicants' experts were encouraged to engage in some further dialogue with council experts to determine, and where possible, to try and resolve any issues and outstanding areas of agreement. So as a result, a number of further amendments have been made to the ODP, and these are tracked and highlighted in, it's not appendix 1, you should have 2 loose documents, which is an outline development plan, the text, and the we understand these changes have resolved a number of concerns held by council experts, certainly at the time they lodged the Section 42 report, and each of the relevant experts which will be presenting over the next few days will speak to these amendments in more detail within their relevant area of expertise. But what I thought might be helpful now is just to have Mr. Phillips go through the updated ODP and the changes to the text, and in particular to point out any changes that have been made in response to submissions, but particularly since the evidence was filed.
Yeah.
As a starting note, I just noted the printed A3 version of the outline development plan, for some reason, it hasn't picked up a couple of roads that have been added. So I've asked, we'll just pass up just an end noted version until we can get some updated copies out. But they're basically some of the black dotted lines showing north-south roads on the eastern half of the block. Just going to come through and contact with
Yeah, just get rid of that one. We'll get some more copies.
Maybe if I walk you through, starting with the ODP diagram, and then I'll get to the narrative to just explain those in more detail. So effectively the ODP diagram there has been condensed from one or multiple layer diagrams into a single diagram. That seems to be the direction the district plan is going to. The ODP diagram effectively illustrates matters that are covered in more detail in the narrative, where it's useful to illustrate those on the plan. In terms of the notable changes, which I will talk through in a little more detail shortly, firstly, the living zone at the far eastern end of the block has been deleted, and that's now been replaced with a stormwater management woodland area that's illustrated in a sort of blue colour. There's now extensive cycle of pedestrian links and routes through the block relative to the original version of the ODP, so they're denoted with red dots. See those extending on both sides of Springs Road. There are gateway, roundabout and signal improvements denoted for Springs Road. That's come out of the traffic engineering evidence and was originally shown on the original ODP. And the last notable change on the ODP diagram are the presence of 2 additional commercial centres, the business 1 zone. So previously there was the one adjacent to Springs Road, now there's an additional one on the eastern end of the block and on the western end of the block. So now if I go through the ODP narrative that accompanies the plan, this is effectively the detailed some of those key requirements of what I want to throw into the evidence. So the version in front of you shows us track changes and red changes that were made relative to the notified version, and then you come across later changes that are highlighted in yellow, and then changes that come about since evidence has been filed through conferencing between some of the witnesses. So starting with the first change on the first page, the deleted text and the new text addresses the deletion of the living zone and the replacement of that with the stormwater management woodland areas that are and it provides definition for those areas with reference to the 3.5 and 4 metre contour levels. Further down the page, just before the bold heading of access and transport, that refers to the 2 additional business 1 zones that have been inserted. At the bottom of the first page, under the heading of access and transport, the first change adds text to note that the roading layout can cater for extensions to existing public transport routes or can provide for new transport routes into the block, so that that's a consideration at the time of subdivision. And similarly, at the very bottom of the page, it describes an opportunity for road links to adjoining neighbourhoods. That reflects the fact that some of those road links are contingent on other factors. They're not relied on by the transport tracking evidence, but whether they eventuate or not on other matters, so the opportunity is noted. Turning over the page, the highlighted text at the top of the page reflects some of the conferencing between the design experts and the desire for more restrictive requirements around pedestrian and cycle paths, particularly those that are provided separate from road carriageways, where reserves and stormwater management areas are shown on the ODP. So the description provides for that.
So they're now separated to carriageway, were they previously?
They weren't prescribed. There were some that were separate from roads. We're just now saying that where a road coincides with either a green line or a blue line on the ODP, being a reserve area or a stormwater area, that those cycle pedestrian facilities will be provided in conjunction with that separate from road. It applies to the majority of roads. There's a couple of roads that don't coincide with those green and blue lines. They're the only ones where you want the pedestrian and cycle path that's provided as part of the road. The next yellow, the single line in yellow beneath, followed in yellow beneath that as well, also came out of the urban design conferencing, and I understand the traffic engineers are comfortable with it, and that specifically notes that vehicular access to private property shall be provided from Springs Road and Collins Road. So I think originally the Springs Road frontage was to preclude that outcome, and with the gateway and traffic towards Springs Road is considered appropriate properties front those roads. The balance of the red underlined text under that heading of access and transport that relates to the various upgrades to the transport network. The PC69 site is discussing the traffic engineering evidence and council's review of that and the prerequisites in terms of time, and particularly in terms of the upgrade of the Moyes Lane connection through Moyes Lane to Ellesmere Road at the while limited to the number of dwellings that we occupied. Under the heading of open space, recreation and community facilities, that includes reference to educational facilities. At the very bottom of that page, there's a reference there to the provision of new educational facilities that reflects dialogue with Ministry of Education and their request for that wording to be included. The other changes within on that page under that heading relate to the freshwater changes that are extensively made, which are over the page. So that reflects the ecological evidence that hydrologically expert. We turn over the page as we get into the detail of those. You can see a full page under the heading water bodies, freshwater ecosystems. There's obviously a lot of detail there that's come through the evidence involved there come on these matters, reflecting some of the concerns that were raised Mr. Farrell's Section 42A report. By way of a summary of those, rather than getting into too much of the detail, the specific matters now to be considered at the time of subdivision, and in terms of headline, that includes the requirement for an ecological management plan, and the specification of buffers as part of that, and also the specification of construction measures. The two items that are highlighted on that page that have come about since the filing of evidence. The first of those requires construction measures to specifically address the potential loss of spring flow due to the penetration of the confining layer. And that's in response to the evidence of Environment Canterbury raised concerns on that issue in consideration of their metabolic injury. And at the bottom of the page, there's now a requirement for a 100-metre setback for earthworks buildings from the spring heads that were identified. Mr. Taylor's evidence and assessment, and that plan is now included in the ODP over the page. That obviously requires that anything occurring within those setbacks would be subject to detailed consideration for approval. Turning over the page, at the top of the page, there's a new figure 1, which identifies the spring heads that the 100-metre setback relates to. Then under the heading of servicing, the changes there reflect most of the effectively reflect the changes around stormwater management through the changes in alignments of the blue network and the stormwater and woodland area that's replacing the heat zone to the eastern end of the site. And there's a consequential change that's highlighted in yellow there that should have been picked up in the earlier version, just tidied up prior to here. Another heading of cultural, the changes there, consequential changes reflecting the much broader range of measures to address freshwater resources on the site. So those changes, I guess, will be addressed in the summaries of evidence and individuals that should be. Thank you.
We'll make sure we've got a copy of the IDP circulated for Mr. Boyce, and hopefully he's been following along.
Right, so you're at paragraph
11, and this is the issue of responsive planning under the National Policy Statement for Urban Development 2020. Now, I am conscious that you've heard this before, so if you do need me to skip ahead, please let me know. One of the key issues for the Commissioner to decide in this hearing is whether the plan change can be approved, despite the objectives in the RPS which directs that urban development falling outside of greenfield priority areas is to be avoided. We are conscious this topic has been covered in another plan change hearing before the Commissioner. It is repeated for completeness, as this hearing involves different parties and potentially different council. We provide a brief summary timeline of the relevant planning documents that have been to, and you've seen that document for that sets up a timeline relating to the development of the National Policy Statement, urban development capacity, which precedes the current National Policy Statement, the Our Space process, the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, which took effect in August 2020, and the plan change one to the RPS. At the top of, or paragraph 14,
Did you have appendix 3 or not? Just,
no. No, appendix 1 was intended to be the ODP, we just. Oh, sorry, there's no, yeah, it was just a, appendix 3 is just mere pay.
Yeah.
The FDA areas. The question that is to be asked is how the RPS is to be interpreted in light of the MPS 2D. This is especially so because the RPS contains an avoid policy with respect to the development outside map A, yet the later in time and higher order MPS 2D contains objective 6 and policy 8, which requires a responsive planning approach to out of sequence and unanticipated development. To answer this question, it's helpful at the outset to cover first some basic principles of statutory interpretation, especially relating to the hierarchy of planning documents and the effect of later in time legislation on existing legislation. I probably don't need to read paragraph 16 or 17. Paragraph 17 is just the general rules of interpretation which have arisen from case law, in particular Powell and Dunedin City Council. And paragraph 18, reading the words of a planning document with reference to its plain and ordinary meaning is therefore the starting point to any interpretation exercise. Where that meaning, however, creates an anomaly, inconsistency or absurdity, such as we say in the case here if the RPS is read as a strict avoid policy, other principles of statutory interpretation must be considered to help shed light on how a planning document should properly be interpreted. We touch on some of those relevant concepts now. It is widely accepted that the RMA provides for a 3-tiered management system that is national, regional and district documents. This establishes a hierarchy of planning documents. First, there are those documents which are the responsibility of central government, and those include national policy statements. Policy statements of whatever type state objectives and policies and must be given effect to in lower ordering planning documents. Secondly, there are those documents which are the responsibility of regional councils, for example, in this case, the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement and regional plans. Third, there are the documents which are the responsibility of the territorial authorities, specifically district plans. Therefore, subordinate planning documents, such as a regional policy statement, must give effect to the higher order national policy statement. This is expressly provided for in section 62(3) of the RMA. The Supreme Court has held that give effect to requirement is a strong directive, and the notion that decision makers are entitled to decline to implement aspects of a national policy statement if they consider it appropriate does not fit readily into the hierarchical scheme of the RMA. This requirement to give effect to a national policy statement is intended to constrain decision makers. Where there is an apparent inconsistency between two documents, particularly where in this case one is a higher order document, the courts and decision makers like the Commissioner will first seek to reconcile this inconsistency and see if the two provisions can stand together. It's only where two provisions are totally inconsistent with each other, such that they cannot be reconciled in a way that they can be read together, that it is appropriate to look at the doctrine of implied repeal. The doctrine of implied repeal provides that a provision that is later in time, in this case the National Policy Statement, impliedly repeals an earlier provision, in this case the RPS. It is a doctrine of last resort and should only be applied where all attempts at reconciliation have failed. So identifying the potential inconsistency between the RPS and the MPS 2D. The potential inconsistency is between Objective 6213 of the RPS and Objective 6 and Policy 8 of the MPS 2D. The objective in the RPS provides for recovering, rebuilding and developing Greater Christchurch through a land use and infrastructure framework that avoids urban development outside of existing urban areas or greenfield priority areas unless expressly provided for in the RPS. It has been decided by case law in relation to some RMA planning documents that the ordinary meaning of the word avoid means not allow or prevent the occurrence of. Therefore, read literally, the objective provides that decision makers must not allow urban development outside of existing urban areas or the greenfield priority areas identified in map A. However, adopting that interpretation of the RPS would not reconcile the RPS with Policy 8 of the MPS 2D, and would lead to the type of problems that's the anomaly, inconsistency or absurdity, which was identified by the court in Powell. Namely, the interpretation would be contrary to the very purpose of Policy 8, would prevent the NPSUD from achieving its purpose, and would interpret the word avoid in a vacuum and outside the context of reading the RPS and the NPSUD together. Policy 8 provides for local authority decision making, or local authority decisions to be responsive to plan changes such as this one, and that is where those plan changes would add significantly to development capacity, and we say in this case that box is ticked, and would contribute to a well-functioning urban environment, and we say in this case that box is ticked as well. And it's even where the development capacity is unanticipated by RMA planning documents or out of sequence with planned land release. A rigid interpretation of the word avoid in the RPS inherently prevents local authorities from being responsive in the way required by the NPSUD, as it prevents them from even considering the merits of a plan change that might otherwise add significantly to development capacity and might contribute to a well-functioning urban environment where these fall outside of greenfield priority areas. The requirement of the NPSUD that local authorities be responsive to development capacity which meets certain criteria, even if it is unanticipated or out of sequence, is clearly intended to target this very type of objective in the RPS, and to say that the avoid policy in the RPS prevents all developments that fall outside MAP would act in a manner contrary to the specific direction of the NPSUD. We say that is further affirmed by the Ministry of Environment's guide on understanding and implementing the responsive planning policies in the NPSUD. And I won't read those to you, but you've been directed to them before. And in particular, I just draw your attention to the expected outcomes that certainly NFE is expecting. And over at the top of page number, sorry, before paragraph 31, the identified areas must give effect to the responsive planning policies in the NPSUD and therefore should not represent an immovable line. Council policies, including those in regional policy statements relating to out of sequence development, will need to be reviewed and in some cases amended to reflect the responsive planning policies of the NPSUD. It will be necessary as a matter of interpretation to attempt to try and reconcile the inconsistency between the documents. If that is not possible, then the NPSUD as the later in time document and the higher order document will have impliedly repealed or amended the meaning of avoid in the RPS. Implied repeal of the objective in the RPS should be a last resort, and we submit that there is a way the two documents can be reconciled or read together, as the courts expect those interpreting legislation to do. In this context, we consider it highly relevant that first, the NPSUD provides a clear national level direction to enable development capacity and is therefore a higher order document than the RPS in terms of resource management hierarchy. And the NPSUD is the most recent in time planning document. While PC1 to the RPS did in part give effect to the NPSUD, this was not in relation to Policy 8, where it was noted more work would be required to give full effect to the responsive planning framework established by the NPSUD. In light of this, we submit it is appropriate to reconcile the documents by reading down or softening the interpretation of avoid in the RPS to allow the RPS to give effect to the NPSUD, at least until such time as the RPS is amended to give full effect to the NPSUD, which we consider will require an amendment to the RPS. This would be done by grafting a limited exception onto the avoid objective, but only where a development could meet the NPSUD because it A, adds significantly to development capacity, and B, contributes to a well-functioning urban environment. Therefore, read in the light of the NPSUD, the objective in the RPS should now be read as meaning avoid, except if otherwise provided for in the NPSUD.
Can you say that, and I realise we're talking about the NPS and the original policy statement at the moment, but we have also have the district plan, which is very similar.
Yes, it's the same principle. Further, the NPSUD requires local authorities to give effect to it as soon as practicable. The interpretation of the RPS in light of the NPSUD requires the Selwyn District Council to give effect to Objective 6 and Policy 8, even though the RPS does not yet. This is the point about plan changes. This is appropriate given the likelihood that an amendment to the RPS is unlikely to occur for some time now. Finally, we note that clause 3.83 of the NPSUD requires that regional councils are to include criteria in the RPS for determining what plan changes will be treated for the purposes of implementing Policy 8 as adding significantly to development capacity. This criteria has not yet been added to the Canterbury RPS, and we would expect that this will be covered in ECAN's intended review of the RPS, which may not be until 2024. That may be optimistic. Nevertheless, the criteria is not required for local authorities and a decision maker such as yourself to give effect to Policy 8 in the interim, i.e. in the absence of such criteria. And until such criteria is provided, it is appropriate for a decision maker to consider whether a particular plan change would add significantly to the development capacity on a case-by-case basis. This will necessarily involve hearing evidence on that topic from applicants and individual submitters, and you'll hear evidence on that at this hearing. It cannot have been the intention of the NPSUD, which requires councils, which includes the district councils, to give effect to its provisions as soon as practicable, to wait until the regional council develops its criteria in some year's time. That interpretation would be an absurdity and contrary to the plain meaning of the words. Given the amount of time it took ECAN to amend the RPS to be consistent with the NPSUDC, this is too long for the district council to wait in order to be able to fulfil its obligations under the NPSUD to act as soon as practicable, particularly in the case of a council who is in the process of reviewing its district plan and who is facing rezoning requests from submitters. It's submitted that Selwyn District Council would not be giving effect to the NPSUD as soon as practicable if it is to wait for ECAN to develop this criteria, and in the meantime to refuse to consider requests for rezoning, which on the basis of evidence produced adds significantly to development capacity.
Sorry, Chris, we go on that. Yeah, well, you may Mr. Chris on for it, but I'm just. One of the things that interests me on this issue, and obviously it's a critical issue, is the look at say King Salmon, where we all know the King Salmon, but that was at the top of the pecking order, and he was talking about what impact that had on the subsequent plans. Whereas here we've got one that's just below the top of the pecking order, and yeah, I don't know how much of the guidance we will get for King Salmon itself. I don't know.
No, well, I mean, the thing about King Salmon, I mean, I think all we can take from King Salmon, but it's also in other cases, is that there is a hierarchy of documents, and the highest in the order takes priority of the ones that come below. So regardless of what document you're talking about, here the NPSUD is always going to be higher in the pecking order than the regional and district plans. The other thing is I've always had a struggle with a particular bugbear of mine that the word avoid in the context of King Salmon and in the context of the coastal policy statement was interpreted in context, and words are always interpreted in context, and there tends to be a tendency to take the definition of avoid in that particular context and say that's a definition that must always apply in every other context. What we've got here is slightly different too, because what we're trying to do here is reconcile the word avoid and what its meaning is when you're reading it against another document. So you're trying to reconcile its meaning in the context of two documents, which was not what the situation was in King Salmon. So really what you've got here is a classic case of two pieces of legislation and how you read them together, and whether avoid in this particular context can really mean avoid in the way it's been interpreted in other situations when you're reading it alongside another document that says something to the contrary. So I say that the definition is always going to be interpreted in context, and here the context is another document, a higher order document, which indicates that avoid must mean something other than it is meant in other contexts.
Because the traditional interpretation of the regional policy statement is that strict avoid approach is
And that's because that document has been interpreted on its own. I've been involved in one of those cases that went to the High Court, that what does a void mean? But that was in the context of the RPS, and there was no other document. Here, what we're doing is a completely different exercise to what was done in King Salmon and what was done in those High Court cases to interpret the policy at that time. Here, what we're trying to do is interpret it in the context of another document, and how you bring the two together, which is a completely different exercise that has been carried out before. And I think what I say is that the MPSUD is designed in its wording to get around the exact problem that arises out of, for example, the High Court decision that says what a void means. That's the absolute mischief that the MPSUD is trying to get around by requiring these two documents to be read together. But the simple reality is if we can't reconcile the documents and soften, if you like, the meaning of a void to graft exceptions on in light of the later appearance of a higher order document, then we're into implied repeal and the avoid word's got to go. And I think that's probably a step too far. I think they can be reconciled when they're read together. Paragraph 41, the view of the Christchurch City Council and the Canterbury Regional Council. We understand from legal submissions filed in other processes by those councils and from the evidence of Mr. Langman in this hearing that those councils do not agree with their interpretation, and they are of the view that plan changes are required by section 75(3) of the RMA to give effect to both the MPSUD and the RPS. Plan change 1 to chapter 6 of the RPS gives effect to the MPSUD. There is nothing in the MPSUD that gives policy 8 any elevated significance over other objectives and policies. The responsive planning framework can't be treated as a process isolated from the remainder of the MPSUD. The statutory requirement to give effect to the RPS engages the avoid policy provided by the RPS, with all plan changes required to give effect to it. The RPS and the MPSUD are not at odds with each other. It is entirely appropriate to develop a restrictive framework that enables growth or provides for responsiveness in certain areas and restricts growth elsewhere. The responsive planning provisions need to be interpreted and applied as a whole within the context of the MPSUD, and that this has the effect of those provisions being read down or somehow limited. There may be circumstances that warrant a hardline approach to urban growth. The RPS achieves a well-functioning urban environment and that it aligns urban growth with the strategic provision of infrastructure, and the MPSUD does provide a pathway for the consideration of requests to release land for development capacity that is out of sequence, but only where it is demonstrated on its merits and in a manner that contemplates existing strategic planning. With respect, we outright do not agree with this interpretation, and we note that the Selwyn District Council has received its own legal advice that is the same, or at least very similar to our view. Now, just diverging here, the commissioners in the Selwyn plan change, operative plan change process, proposed plan, have asked submitters to respond on any points that they disagree with in relation to the Adelaide Head opinion. And those responses are due, I think, on Friday. So there will be, presumably this week, an array of other opinions that will be available. I'll get hold of those, have a look at those and see if there's any other points that are raised through those that might be worthy of drawing your attention.
Yeah, and perhaps that could be done in either an interim reply or whatever, because I suppose one want to comment on it as well. But I think that would be, I think they need to be appropriately put before me.
What I will do.
I just want to go fishing because there is a lot of
Yes.
there are a lot of processes going on at the same time. I don't think it's my role to go fishing around to see what I can find, and I think that is brought to my attention.
So what I will do is I will give you a copy of what this applicant has filed in that process, and I'll make inquiries from the council as to whether any other parties. The commissioners made it quite clear they just wanted points of disagreement. They didn't want parties coming in saying we agree. They just wanted to know where or any points of disagreement. The submissions that we've filed largely agree with the conclusions reached by Adelaide Head. We get there in a slightly different way, but the essential conclusion is the same. For now, we provide the following comments in response to the CCC and Ken legal interpretation. While we accept that the RPS is amended by PC1 does to some extent give effect to the NPSUD, this is at most a partial effect. The scope of PC1 was restricted to only include additional land identified in the Our Space process, which was initiated in 2018, and it was initiated under the previous National Policy Statement. That previous National Policy Statement required local authorities only to determine the sufficient development capacity required in the short, medium and long term. The RPS as amended by PC1 could only ever identify the minimum amount of development capacity that is required to be enabled by the NPSUD. Noting that the NPSUD now has different wording and requires at least sufficient development capacity to be provided for. The report prepared by ECAN itself to the Minister at the time of the PC1 process expressly recognised that the purpose of PC1 is not to identify any additional areas appropriate for future rezoning. The purpose of PC1 is to give effect to policy 2 clause 3.7 of the NPSUD, and that therefore this would give effect to the NPSUD in part. PC1 does not purport to give full effect to the NPSUD given the scope of PC1 under the streamlined planning process. Further changes to the RPS would be required in order to fully give effect to the NPSUD. That also includes the introduction of the criteria. And further work to RPS is currently being undertaken, and in the meantime, any plan change request will need to be considered in light of the NPSUD, which is what we're doing here. Our legal interpretation does not rely on Policy 8 of the NPSUD having any particular elevated significance over the other objectives and policies in the NPSUD. All other objectives and policies in the NPSUD will be relevant in the context of whether a particular plan change achieves the purpose of the NPSUD and to which it would be appropriate to apply the responsive planning framework to. For example, we consider it unlikely, if not impossible, that there would ever be a situation where a plan change meets the test of Policy 8, i.e. our sequence, but is contrary or inconsistent with Objective 6. We consider that PC, it should be 69, is also consistent with Objective 6. We reject the notion that a hardline approach to urban growth may be warranted under the NPSUD. This is particularly so when the MFE fact sheet itself on responsive planning expressly states that a hard rural urban boundary without the ability to consider change or movement of that boundary would not meet the requirements of the responsive planning policy. As such, there is an inconsistency or a tension between the RPS and the NPSUD, which must be resolved by decision makers in order to meet the requirement to give effect to both of these documents in section 75(3) of the RMA. Our interpretation above sets out the most appropriate way to reconcile this inconsistency in the way intended by the NPSUD, being the document that came later in time. Nowhere in the NPSUD does it require that responsive planning be undertaken in a manner that complements existing strategic planning. And it is not clear how or why the two councils would read this requirement into the NPS when the NPSUD is clearly trying to do the opposite. To assert that plan changes falling outside for example, an infrastructure boundary, Greenfields area, Map A, should be accompanied by a change to the RPS is absurd and could not have been the intention of the NPSUD. We note that a private developer has no ability to request a change to the RPS. Under the RMA, the ability to amend an RPS is limited to the Minister of the Crown or a territorial authority. This interpretation therefore does not provide an accessible method or solution for reconciling the RPS with the need to be responsive to those plan changes which are anticipated under Policy 8. Further, the NPSUD itself requires regional councils to amend their regional policy statements to give effect to the NPSUD. The two councils, including Mr. Langman's evidence, appear to completely ignore the fact that the NPSUD is a later in time and higher order document. We understand that CCC and ECAN are also concerned about precedent and cumulative effects of our interpretation of these planning documents. We do not really see this as an issue, as ultimately any decision under the responsive planning framework and the PSUD must meet the tests in the NPUD. Not every ad hoc application outside of a line is guaranteed to be granted under Policy 8. All applications will be subject to a high level of scrutiny on a case-by-case basis, and there needs to be evidence as to whether a plan change adds significantly to development capacity and whether it contributes to a well-functioning environment and is otherwise consistent with the rest of the NPSUD and other planning documents. It is therefore entirely appropriate to consider this proposal under the responsive planning framework and the NPSUD. Having demonstrated that the responsive planning framework and the NPS does apply to this particular plan change and that it is not precluded by the award policy and objectives, in the RPS, we go on to consider whether this particular plan change would meet the test for this framework.
Just before we go into that, perhaps just what I'm thinking things through, mailing things through. You're not, I don't take it that you're suggesting you're submitting that the strategic planning framework is something that should be essentially ignored.
No,
It's a matter that I have to regard
Yes,
to it.
yes.
And one of the issues is that what scale you look at it too, isn't it, really, because of and perhaps it's getting into other areas, but when you're looking at the, I would say, particular regional policy statement that we're working on here, where it's in essence saying this is what's needed, but it's better here than there. So those matters are still obviously one
Yes.
for me to consider.
Yes, they are. It is clear that this plan change is anticipated by RMA planning documents and is out of sequence with planned land release. If it was anticipated or planned, it would have been identified in their pay. Therefore, the responsive planning framework is invoked and a decision maker must take into account, firstly, do we have a well-functioning urban environment? Under Policy 8, the test of whether the development would contribute to a well-functioning urban environment must be considered. That's probably the time issue for you to determine here. I don't really think that whether it adds significantly to development capacity is going to be in dispute. So it's really this, does it contribute to a well-functioning urban environment? It's going to be the focus of the evidence. A well-functioning urban environment is defined in minimum terms in Policy 1 of the NPSUD, and each of these points are covered in the evidence of the various experts on behalf of the applicant, which we'll hear over the coming days. And actually, Mr. Phillips, we had a session last week, and he had this in front of him, and it's a really good touchstone when you consider all of the evidence to go back to Policy 1 time and time again and just check the evidence that you're receiving against what is set out here. First of all, what Policy 1 is looking for when it's looking at whether a plan change is contributing to a well-functioning urban environment is, does it enable a variety of homes that meet the needs in terms of type, price and location of different households? And you'll hear evidence on that. Second, and a key issue for this case, does it have good accessibility for all people between housing, jobs, community services, natural spaces and open spaces, including by way of public or active transport? Obviously, you'll hear evidence on that, not only from the traffic experts, but also from urban design experts. Does it support and limit as much as possible adverse effects on the competitive operation of land in developed markets? And does it support reductions in greenhouse gas emissions? And is it resilient to the current and future effects of climate change? And all of those matters will be fleshed out in the evidence. On the issue of does it add significantly to development capacity, as noted above, no criteria has yet been incorporated into the RPS as to what would constitute adding significantly to development capacity. However, this does not prevent the Commissioner from determining on a case-by-case basis what this might mean. We note that the MFE guidance notes do provide us with some guidance. They say such criteria could include significance of scale and location of a particular proposal, whether it fulfills identified demand, the timing of its development, whether it's soon, middle or later, and its impact, whether it provides infrastructure and its impact on infrastructure. The MFE guidance also notes that the criteria should not undermine competitive land markets and responsive planning by setting unreasonable thresholds, and that the criteria should have a strong evidence base. The evidence you will hear from Mr. Sellers, Mr. Jones, Mr. Colgrave, Mr. Akehurst, Mr. Copeland, Mr. Phillips and Mr. Carter all confirm comprehensively that this particular plan change would add significantly to development capacity. I submit there can't really be any serious dispute on that point. Mr. Langman in his evidence accepts that the proposal would provide significant development capacity in terms of quantum of dwellings, but then nevertheless goes on to say PC 69 should be declined in its entirety because sufficient development capacity has already been identified to meet expected housing demand over the medium term. We dispute that obviously. It is out of sequence with planned infrastructure development. It would compromise opportunities for intensification elsewhere in Greater Christchurch and in particular in Christchurch City, and it would not contribute to a well-functioning urban environment. With respect to sufficient development capacity already being identified, we note that the applicant has a number of experts that demonstrate this is not the case. No evidence has been provided by the councils that rebuts any of that evidence. Mr. Langman appears to be relying on the capacity assessment documents themselves as his expert witnesses on this matter, but without the Commissioner being able to hear from the authors of those reports. Those reports are obviously somewhat historic too. Further to this, we note clause 3.2 of the NPSUD requires that for capacity to be sufficient to meet expected demand, it must be plan enabled. Clause 3.4 of the NPSUD goes on to state that development is plan enabled for housing if, in relation to the medium term, it is on land zoned accordingly for housing under either an operative or proposed district plan. Mr. Langman explicitly sets out this definition of plan enabled in his evidence, yet then fails to mention or address whether the medium term capacity assessments he relies on do in fact make that definition of plan enabled. None of the future development areas which were incorporated into the RPS through the PC1 process that the council includes in their medium term capacity assessment are yet plan enabled. This is a fact that is not engaged with in Mr. Langman's evidence. Further, the evidence of Mr. Sellers and Mr. Jones clearly demonstrates that while the councils on paper might believe there is sufficient development capacity, this is certainly not the case on the ground. There is an acute residential housing shortage in Lincoln and more generally in Greater Christchurch. This is starkly evidenced by rising house prices. Nevertheless, it is our submission that the NPSUD does not prevent, but in fact encourages the zoning of additional land above what might be considered sufficient development capacity. This is clear from the direction and policy 2 of the NPSUD that local authorities must at all times provide at least sufficient development capacity. With respect to being out of sequence with planned infrastructure release, a number of the applicant's experts cover this topic. We note that there are many planned infrastructure upgrades that are able to integrate with and service this particular development. Often, and particularly in Selwyn, infrastructure provision doesn't come on until after and it follows development. This is not unusual in the development space, as there needs to be demand before infrastructure can be invested in. We say PC 69 can feasibly be integrated with infrastructure planning and funding decisions, noting that PC 69 will provide this funding to enable the infrastructure through its development contributions. With respect to compromising opportunities for intensification elsewhere in Greater Christchurch, we note that this is not a criteria of the responsive planning framework. And as provided for in the evidence of Mr. Sellers and Mr. Jones, the market for intensified inner city living is not the same as the market for standalone dwellings in Selwyn. Providing for one will not compromise the other as they are distinct biomarkets. In any case, as there is a clear lack of sufficient development capacity in Greater Christchurch, ideally one would provide for both markets. Finally, with respect to whether the plan change demonstrates a well-functioning urban environment, this is an evidential matter covering a number of expert topics. Based on the evidence put forward by the applicant, we say PC 69 will provide for a well-functioning urban environment. What is the urban environment to be considered? Mr. Langman in his evidence considers that development capacity must be assessed in relation to Greater Christchurch as being the definition of urban environment. We do not agree with Mr Lehman that the significance of the development should be considered as against the greater Christchurch urban environment only. An urban environment is defined so broadly in the NPSUD that it can encompass a number of varying and overlapping urban environments. For example, in this context, we consider the urban environments of Lincoln, Selwyn and Greater Christchurch to all be of relevance. In any event, all experts, including Mr Lehman, do accept that PC69 would provide significant development capacity for Greater Christchurch.
The Lincoln of itself doesn't qualify as
As a no, not honest. Check the definition of urban environments. It's not a tier 1, but the definition of urban environments it would. Yeah.
So it's part of the tier 1.
Yes, which is the form of right question.
Thank you, sorry.
I'll just, I'll get you the actual definition. It's really useful to keep going back to that, to the document. This issue of strategic planning processes via private plan changes. We've heard from Mr Nicholson before at previous hearings, but Mr Langman now, as well as Mr Nicholson, holds a strong view that spatial planning exercises should be the preferred option for identifying areas for additional urban development over separate private plan changes. We say that private plan changes, however, are a perfectly legitimate public process to be used in the enabling of additional urban development. In fact, Policy 8 of the NPSUD itself specifically recognises this by using the words plan change. Policy 8 does not require the council to be responsive to unanticipated out-of-sequence significant development capacity when participating in strategic planning processes. Private plan changes will not inevitably preclude or inhibit future strategic growth outcomes. As noted above, the responsive planning framework requires a detailed variance analysis against the criteria in the NPSUD and the other relevant planning documents, which will include obviously the RPS and the district plan. Policy 8 does not just open the floodgates to all out-of-sequence development to be granted. In any case, and this was coming back to your point before about strategic direction, the growth of Lincoln is contemplated by the RPS. We note that Lincoln is identified as a key activity centre in the RPS, and I've set out here what an activity centre is. We also note Objective 6.2.2 in relation to key activity centres and what those need to provide. So it does give us some sort of indication of the direction of key activity centres. Over to paragraph 72. As such, we say that the expansion of Lincoln is not so out of line with likely future strategic planning that a plan change in this area could not reasonably be considered on its merits. And that's your point before about I've still got to have an eye to those strategic planning documents. Further development of a KAC would also be consistent with Objective 3 of the NPSUD, which among other things seeks to enable more residents and jobs in urban environments that are in or near employment centres. Key activity centres are inherently intended to be employment centres. Mr Langman at paragraph 74 of his evidence doesn't seem to appreciate that Lincoln is a key activity centre. The key issue is really one of timing. One of the key issues that arises from the consideration of whether urban development is best provided for through a strategic planning process or through private plan changes instead of timing. The issue with strategic planning processes is how slow they can be, not just in terms of assessment, such as carrying out capacity assessments, but also the implementation of these processes into planning documents. Our space is a good example of that. The time from when our space had started through to when it was getting implemented through PC1, by that stage, we had another NPS. On the other hand, there is evidence before the Commissioner that there is a clear demand now for housing in Lincoln, and that's regardless of PC69, and a need to provide supply more generally. If this supply is not provided in Lincoln, this will cause market dysfunction and will result in people moving even further away, such as areas such as Leeston or Darfield, to find what they're looking for. This in itself results in undesirable outcomes with respect to well-functioning urban environments.
That's because those areas are outside the Greater Christchurch.
Yes, and there's also all the issues with transport, climate change, all the issues that arise from that. The PC 69 site is an inevitable extension of the Lincoln Township, which we submit based on the evidence is almost certainly to be identified as an area for growth and future strategic planning exercises in any case. And as I say, there's pointers to that in some of the existing documents. In light of this and the persistent and worsening housing crisis in New Zealand, we say the rezoning of this site is best achieved through the quicker private plan change process. With respect to the infrastructure considerations, we consider these will arise regardless of this plan change, particularly in the current New Zealand context where growth and development to mitigate the housing crisis is being strongly encouraged. It is for the Council to consider and address how it will provide for future infrastructure following PC 69. Versatile soils. The impacts on highly productive soils have been covered exclusively in the officer's report, the evidence of Mr. Phillips and Ms. McCusker. Ms. McCusker concludes in her evidence that she does not consider the plan change will have significant adverse effects on the district or region's versatile soil resource, nor will it create a shortage of land or soil resource in the future. Ms. McCusker provides a number of reasons for this conclusion, and in particular, the fact that the LUC classifications for this site are inherently limited by the wetness of the soil. Now, a number of submitters have provided written evidence in response to Ms. Cusker's evidence, which she will respond to in her summary. Significant weight is placed by submitters on the forthcoming National Policy Statement on Highly Productive Land. It is important to keep in mind that that National Policy Statement is still under development following a consultation process in 2019. This consultation process put forward a number of proposed objectives and policies. There have been a significant number of submissions received on the consultation with recurring themes, including from the Selwyn District Council itself, that the provisions as drafted did not provide enough guidance or certainty to be capable of implementation. While it is appropriate to have the MPS on highly productive land in mind, it should not be given much weight at this stage, if any, considering the uncertainty around what its final form might look like. Moores Lane, we understand that there may still be some contention as to the width of Moores Lane. Now, I think this arises out of a discussion Mr. Phillips and Mr. Boyes had late last week. Mr. Boyes in his evidence noted that connection to this lane presents difficulties for connection as its legal width is only some 13.5 metres. Evidence of Mr. McLeod will confirm with reference to the deposited plan that the width of Moores Lane is in fact 20.12 metres and sufficient to provide for the proposed collector road. We consider the deposited plan to be the most accurate source of information as to the actual width of Moores Lane. The issue regarding the Lincoln Wastewater Management Pond, with respect to the Lincoln Wastewater Management Pond, Mr. England from the council seeks to maintain the 150 metre setback area, which is set out in the district plan. He says that's in order to manage reverse sensitivity effects. Mr. England in his evidence notes that the pond is currently used as a contingency measure in emergency situations for buffer storage. We understand that the council does not hold any consents to use the pond in the manner described by Mr. England, but has applied for consent to do so. I note the consent's on hold. It is not clear what authorisation the council is currently relying on to use the pond for emergency buffer storage. Reverse sensitivity, which is what Mr. England relies on, is the vulnerability of a lawfully established land use to complaints from a newly established more sensitive land use. However, a land use that is not lawfully established or creates effects by breaching its own consent conditions cannot claim to be at risk of suffering from reverse sensitivity effects. We do not consider that reverse sensitivity effects can be relied on to justify the need to maintain a setback from the pond.
In terms of that issue, and obviously just think through it at the moment, but we have that policy framework, don't we? Again, the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement in terms of just the loose terms, significant, structural region, significant, whatever it is. It's one of the policies which I can't quite recall, which addresses wastewater treatment in particular, and they seem to anticipate upgrading, if you like. So
I'll have a look at that. I find it difficult to say how evidentially how a regional policy statement can provide for protection of something that's might be in council's contemplation, but certainly isn't locked in terms of any consenting that would allow that growth. That's not to say that if there was consenting authorisation which allowed it, but if without authorisation, I think it's a different issue.
So we have the designation here, but obviously
The declination doesn't relate to these particular things.
Yeah, no, it's just something I'm interested in. I'm sure it's also will comment on in due course, but just in terms of those policies that do.
Most
Yeah.
designations and most consents in the case of infrastructure will be allowing for long-term growth. So they're effectively, it's growth is not on the ground at the moment, but it's authorised. Here we have something that's not authorised. I'll have a look at the particular wording of the policy, but
Yeah, there's, I can't remember exactly that, it's a couple of chapter 6, I think, and one chapter 5 as well.
it would be pretty unusual for strategic infrastructure not to have provided through its authorisation processes, whatever that might be, for long-term growth. Now,
This is an interesting one.
yeah, well, I'm going to say it's not relevant. The recently announced Resource Management Enabling Housing Supply and Other Matters Amendment Bill, which I find very difficult to interpret, in essence proposes to enable, through permitted activity status, among other things, the establishment of up to 3 residential dwellings of up to 3 stories high in existing residential zones. Mr. Langman, in his evidence, raises the amendment bill a number of times, suggesting that this bill is likely to significantly increase development capacity, which will subsequently put an increased pressure on infrastructure and infrastructure planning and contribute to other effects such as transport, which are at issue in this hearing. I assume Mr. Langman, or at least the councils, have lodged a submission on the bill. We emphasise that the amendment bill is just that, a bill, and as such, little, if any, weight can be afforded to its current form until it is made law. The amendment bill is currently at the select committee stage before Parliament, having received over 1,000 submissions, including one from the Selwyn District Council raising a number of concerns with the bill. While the Selwyn District Council has delayed the hearing of its residential chapters on the proposed plan as a result of this impending bill, other councils have taken the view expressed here that until it is law, it's not relevant. We understand that the Waimakariri District Council does not intend to take any steps in response to the amendment bill in its proposed plan process until it is finalised and becomes law. We understand the government intends, whether it happens or not, to pass the legislation in December. Until that point in time, and confirmation of the final form of the amendment bill, we consider it inappropriate to take it into account in this process. We accept that should the amendment bill be passed before a decision on this plan change can be made, that it might be appropriate for further submissions to be sought from the applicant on any possible applications. We can use with the witnesses around practicality and what it might mean on the ground, but I think until the bill is passed and we see the final form of it, it's probably an exercise that we need to double back on anyway at the point when it becomes operative. I'm not sure how far we can really go with that.
No, it's interesting. It's interesting to use weight, given that it's a cross-party piece of legislation.
Proposed legislation.
Yeah, proposed legislation. Yeah, and you're right. I mean, there have been significant submissions on, including from a number of councils, Selwyn, Christchurch, Auckland, and yeah, a number of others. And a lot of them are raising similar concerns. But so it's certainly uncertain, but it signals, it does signal this approach of intensification is one of the answers.
At a practical level, you may be able to ask some of the witnesses, such as Mr. Sellers, Mr. Jones, etc., if it was implemented, what they see the practical effect would be for the market, in particular the inner city Christchurch market, and what actually practically it's going to actually achieve in the context of Christchurch, and also practically what the implications for Selwyn would be when you hear the evidence that what people are looking for when they come to a district like Selwyn is not the sort of intensified residential development that is contemplated by the legislation. But I would be happy for you to sort of pose, just on a practical level, what they think the on-the-ground outcome would be if it were implemented generally along the lines being proposed at the moment.
Thank you. It's because of course it's not directory, it's enabling.
Yeah, and I think that's the question to ask Mr. Jones and Mr. Sellers that for Selwyn, even if there was increased intensification within Christchurch City, what would the impact be on those buyers that are seeking the type of residential outcome that's sought by coming out to Rolleston or Lincoln?
Because that will apply to Rolleston and Lincoln as well. won't it?
Yes, yes. So I think that you can talk to Mr. Jones, Mr. Sells, I'm sure they've got some views about what they think it'll do.
Indeed.
And then just lastly, response to a document filed by submitter Nancy Borries. She filed a 2000 Environment Court memorandum of consent relating to plan change 45 to the transitional plan. Presumably she's going to speak to that here. I'm not quite sure at this stage what the relevance of that is, but I'll come back to that. I've just set out the witnesses here. There's a change probably to the vetting order in terms of which some of the witnesses were to be heard. So I'm hoping that's not going to cause you too much
Depends on who they are.
difficulty. If you just want to have a look. The other thing is Mr. Colgrave was indicated this morning he's not feeling that well, so we might bring him up the vetting order perhaps before Mr. Copeland. He can give his evidence early and then we can leave him to get on with feeling better. If you want to have a quick look at that, just make sure that's not going to muck up any preparation questions if we do it in the order that's proposed. I'm presuming that for today, we are going to get through to, we're going to finish that here, aren't we?
Yeah, we had a Mr. Thompson was the last.
Yeah, so the change, so the first change is actually when we come to Mr. Smith, which would be tomorrow morning, which is where we had ecology. So I think for today, Mr. Carter through to Mr. Thompson, there's actually no change.
Okay. All right, well, thank you for that. We've had a bit of a chat as we've gone through. I'm sure there are other matters which will arise that we can discuss towards the reply stage, but thank you.
Okay.
So we'll call Mr. Carter.
Mr. Carter, you can just stay there, Tom.
Just a moment.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Carter, welcome. We'll just take through the summary of evidence that you've prepared. Thank you.
Good morning. I'll just read the summary verbatim, pretty much. My name is Tim Carter, and I'm the director and owner of Rolleston West Residential. Sorry, I've got the wrong side. No, sorry, it's just got to change. I'm an owner of Rolleston Industrial Development Limited, which is a subsidiary of Carter Group and Act, the main change. I've been involved in investment and development property for the last 20 years. Carter Group is a third generation family company which is involved in significant property investment throughout Greater Christchurch and has extensive residential subdivision experience. Carter Group has a strong affiliation with Christchurch Central City and has contributed and continues to contribute to the regeneration of the Central City following the Canterbury earthquakes of 2011 through residential, commercial, industrial and central city property. Carter Group has a range of significant investments in the Selwyn district, including iPort, a 500 million business park located at the intersections of South Island's major freight arteries in Rolleston, providing easy access to the major links throughout the region. We have recently promoted a Plan Change 66, which has recently been granted to extend the iPort business park. In addition to Plan Change 69, we have also made an application to rezone Plan Change 73, 160 hectares of land in Rolleston to residential. And we also have significant farming interests in the district. Opportunities for growth. In Carter Group's view, Selwyn is the only district in Canterbury that has ample land to provide for ongoing growth opportunities. And, talking about the intensification and the recent government changes, this is very, very much greenfield growth opportunities. This will benefit not only Selwyn, but also the whole of the region, including Christchurch Central City and the Waimea. It is important that the district provides adequate facilities, infrastructure and recreational assets that will cater for this anticipated growth. Carter Group has experienced a major section shortage in Selwyn firsthand, where the imbalance of supply and demand has had a major impact on land availability. Carter Group has recently gone back into residential development in response, and we've been inundated with buyer inquiries, particularly on this Lincoln plan change. And when I say go back into residential land development, 20 years ago, we used to be the largest and major residential developer in the greater Canterbury region. But for the last 20 years, we've only recently done one residential subdivision, which is one that we're currently completing in Selwyn, just because we did not have any land to be subdivided. It's very hard to have a supply, an ongoing supply of greenfield sections. And when we decided to go back into this residential market, we did what I believe the structure planning that Mr. Hugh Nicholson often refers to. We effectively did that. We researched and looked for large blocks of land adjoining urban environments, particularly key activity centres. And in this case, we're very pleased to find that there was a large tract of available land 500 metres down the road from one of the major 3 universities in the South Island. And we're very excited by that. In our view, the Plan 69 site is a unique in that it is a very logical extension to Lincoln Township. This combined with the physical features of the site, and a lot of that has to do with the springs and the waterways, means that it has the opportunity, if done correctly, to be a very appealing and high quality environment for people to live.
Now, one of the questions I was going to ask you, you've touched on now, and that is really what the process is in relation to identifying selected land, and this site in particular. So you did touch on that in your summary and in your discussion. But you just talk through that a little bit again. I mean, what are you looking at that higher level? You may have some ambitions, it's really not to talk about, but it's just really for me to understand how you what that process involves.
It involves a lot of research. So, and we do look in Christchurch City, Waimea and Selwyn, and we look at the natural restrictions to development. So we spend a lot of time looking at the floodplains, and and that in our view rules out a lot of Waimakariri for development. It's very hard to find greenfield land development opportunities in Waimakariri due to the geotech conditions and the flooding conditions of Waimea. In Christchurch City, we also look extensively, but that is equally limited by natural features of the land. The flooding in Hallsville has restricted the degree, in our view, of where that can expand, and likewise in marshlands. Also, we've got to bear in mind the liquefaction potential in a lot of the greater Christchurch areas, which really brings us to Selwyn, and we put a lot of regard into the hierarchy of the townships that we're looking to develop adjoining. So the 2 major plan changes that our firms are related to, one is adjacent to Rolleston and one is adjacent to Lincoln, and that's no accident. That's because they are both the 2 key activity centres that are located in Selwyn district. That's why we haven't focused on the smaller townships of, Taipath, of Prebbleton, of Leeston, of Darfield, because of the key activity centres. And then we also look at the other natural attractions of the towns. And in this particular circumstance, we put a lot of weight in terms of Lincoln University. Lincoln, as I mentioned earlier, it's one of the 3 main universities in the South Island. It's been here for a long time. It provides a lot of employment and educational opportunities, and people, in our view, wish to live near those employment and educational opportunities. And then probably the final thing we look at, and we spend a lot of time looking at, is we look at the availability of services. And both Rolleston and Lincoln, in our view, and you'll hear from our experts later on, have the capacity and the availability of services to be able to accommodate some greenfield growth. And then I suppose the very final thing is we look at the layout of the land and how it fits in with the existing township, and particularly in this instance, in our view, it's very rare to find such a large piece of land that is adjoining a major key activity centre township for such a length of its boundary. And when you zoom back on a Google Earth map, which is how we sort of first identify these bits of land, there is no other large land where you can do a comprehensive master plan development like this. And if I may just add, we really like doing large pieces of land because we can create our own urban environment and make sure that it's coordinated in a comprehensive way. And that's probably one big advantage of a large master plan development is, and I know urban planners will always try and do an ODP to coordinate development, but that only coordinates the major arterials of the development. It doesn't coordinate the full development with all streets connected and cycle paths all connected through the development. So that is why we really focus on looking for large tracts of land so we can make sure it's a highly coordinated development.
And in common with few owners as well, so ownership's important. It doesn't block like this, more so than you look at a block that had 40 different owners or something.
Most definitely, in our view, it's very hard to find, if you're dealing with a number of owners, people who are open to having their land developed all in the same time frame. And if you have multiple owners, it ends up, even though you can have an ODP, in our view, it runs the risk of being discoordinated in how you develop it. And, one or two or three landowners don't wish to move on or embrace the growth potential. And in our view, that's probably part of the issue that has caused such an extreme section shortage in Greater Christchurch, is not all landowners in identified growth areas wish to have their land developed.
So your residential development also, which one is that?
We're doing Kennedy's Green, which is about a 320 lot development, which we just started the earthworks on last week, and we've released 220 sections. 220 sections are sold. We could have probably sold in 5 times over.
So is that a stage? And the 220 is that the first stage, or is it total?
We released it marketing in a number of stages, but that's we'll do the earthworks for that 220 lots all in one hit. And those earthworks are now under
What, and again, I don't want to get commercial aspects of your business, but what, when you're looking at staging or looking at releasing, say, 250 or whatever it is, I think it's 250 anticipated here, is that driven by just the development process, is it the physical development process and those sorts of matters, or is it other matters as well?
It is, we're quite open to doing larger stages. So we are not a house builder, we are a land developer. And as such, we have in some of our other interests sold land in blocks to other residential land developers, or we've sold in Hallswood, we sold large number of sections to multiple house building companies. And one of our Wollaston developments is going through the process at the moment. We've got a contract to start to sell a large super lot, if that's the right word, a large block of land to a land developer to do the subdivision themselves. And what sets the stage of the what dictates the size of the stages is how much pre-commitment we can get. So in Hallswood, we've sold 220 lots, so we'll build it all in one stage. But there's also a restrictor of the size that a earthworks construction company can build in one summer period. So Hallswood ground is very similar to Lincoln ground in terms of the water table and in terms of ecology effects and springs. So you've got to do the construction, in our view, in summer rather than winter. And so, albeit in some of the adjoining developments in Lincoln, they have been constructed in winter, but we would prefer to do it in summer. We only do it in summer. And and the earthworks companies seem to have a maximum threshold of about 250 lots that they can do in one stage. So you could do have 2 earthworks companies doing it, and you then might be able to double, or 3 to triple the amount that you could do it, and you could do stages concurrently. But it seems to be that an earthworks company, and I don't know why, has a sort of maximum capacity constraint of doing about 250 lots in one summer period.
So your Hallswood project has similar ground conditions, groundwater issues, and those sorts of things. How does that impact on what goes to market in terms of pricing and those sorts of things? Because if the more complex the land and the more works need to be done in terms to address flooding, groundwater, and those sorts of things, that would, I presume, impact on the price that actually goes to the sections go to market eventually.
Not really. The market will pay what the market will pay for a section in a certain location, regardless of what it costs to develop that section.
And again, just in terms of Hallswood, that's sort of some of that. Your paragraph 22 of your evidence, you talk about the average price in excess of 440 now, 220 12 months ago.
Yeah.
Okay, so you see that's similar to what seems to be happening sold at the moment.
My personal view is Lincoln is the real hotspot of price inflation. I think a section that was 200,000 12 months ago has now got a 6 in front of it, which seems extraordinary, but there has been a lot of land availability in Lincoln, and I think builders get very used to building where there is land availability. They have it comes down to the individual small builders who there are many of, get used to building in a certain area, and they know that their model works in that area, and then they wish to just repeat that model time and time again. And now they can't repeat that model because there's not enough sections, so they are in a bit of a frenzy to acquire land in which they can operate. Even in our development in Hallsville, coming back to your comment about the crisis sections, extraordinary at the moment is a seller of sections. There just about needs to be a divvying up between different builders, because builders would buy the whole lot, individual builders would buy the whole lot, and it's just a bit of social work just about to spread out the sections to different land buyers so these builders can keep their businesses operating. We have a lot of sad cases of in Hallsville of builders pleading with us who have been in business for 10, 15 years to be able to acquire land so that they can continue their building company and employ the people that they've been employing for 10 or 15 years, and they just can't get sections. There is in our mind, an extraordinary imbalance between supply and demand.
It may not be a matter for you, but I am interested in the impact the 150 metre setback of the remains would have on the subdivision. I'm not sure if that's a matter for you or.
It would have a significant impact in terms of yield. We'd lose about 8 to 9 hectares of land, of developable land that is really good land. And I can completely understand it if it was an active wastewater treatment plant, but it's not. It seems extraordinary to me that we're even talking about the same setback for what is effectively a stormwater body of water opposed to a active wastewater treatment plant.
We'll have Mr. Jones and Mr. Sellers after morning tea, and then we'll put Mr. Colgrave on ahead of Mr. Copeland.
All right. Okay, so we'll take a break now.
No. This,
What do you want that one?
fine. Cool.
It's on the corporate plan page. Sorry, just a moment while I'm together.
All right, we'll get underway. So, Mr. Jones. So, Mr. Jones, welcome. And I've read your evidence and you've prepared a summary of your evidence. I'd just like to start reading that, perhaps paragraph 3, if it's all right.
So description of the Lincoln housing market. Lincoln is considered the closest rural village to Christchurch. The prevalence of first home buyers in Lincoln is not as great as other parts of Selwyn, such as Rolleston. Lincoln is often preferred by second home and retiring buyers. Some of the drivers for people for moving to Lincoln are summarised as follows: value, when compared to the same price, and compared to, where do we get to? Value, when compared to what the same price would get you in Christchurch, people are willing to drive to Lincoln for this, with the opportunity to choose and own a brand new warm home. People need to go to outskirts locations such as Selwyn and Lincoln for standalone houses on reasonably sized sections at an affordable price. Selwyn has become a major hub for workers and employment. People are now actively moving to Lincoln in order to work in the immediate area. The increase of modern amenities in Lincoln means people can now do all of their shopping and run the errands without travelling to Christchurch City. And the rural atmosphere of Lincoln, especially its closeness to Port Hills, golf courses, and other outdoor activities, is also desirable. It is easier for people working in Christchurch to commute, with the new motorway significantly reducing travel time. And Lincoln is considered to be much more accessible from Christchurch and other towns in the Selwyn district. Demand for residential land in Lincoln. The Lincoln residential land market is booming. Demand is the highest it has ever been, and this is leading to inflated section prices, effectively going up 100% in the last 12 or so months. Section size is a highly relevant factor to demand, and we've seen this shift in the last 8 to 10 years. The feedback myself and my team are receiving is that when developers are putting sections on the market, the smallest ones always go first. Buyers are looking for more and more residential sites of around the 400 to 500 square metres. Consideration of current residential supply in Lincoln. I consider that the key driver to the huge spike in value of residential land in Lincoln recently is the lack of availability. While the high demand for residential sections is evident throughout Greater Christchurch, the market in Lincoln is particularly frantic. From my experience, it is practically impossible to get a section in Lincoln at this point in time. The unprecedented price escalation is a result of demand outstripping supply. Since COVID-19 and associated lockdowns, people have been returning to New Zealand and Canterbury from all over the world and other parts of the country. Greenfield zone land, which was previously steadily available for residential development, has already been swallowed up post-lockdown. There is now simply not enough residentially zoned land to keep up with current and future demand. In my view, if this significant shortage of residentially zoned land is not addressed soon, it is only a matter of time before the average house and land package in Lincoln will be around $1 million. This is exactly what has occurred in Hallsville, and the effect of a similar increase in Lincoln will be to prevent a range of would-be home owners from being able to enter the housing market. Land need only to be zoned and not necessarily developed in order to help stabilise prices within the area. Where significant parcel of land is zoned, builders, developers and home buyers do not feel as great a pressure to purchase properties at any price. It gives certainty and confidence to all those parties, which will help control price increases. It is likely that the earliest there will be a house on the plan change site to be around 2 years away. Therefore, if rezoning of sites is put off any longer, there will be a window of no residential purchasing in Lincoln, which will lead to existing prices skyrocketing higher than they already are. We're seeing that at the moment. I do not consider there to be any risks or problems arising from an oversupply of residential zoned land given the current market trends. In fact, it is critical that there is an oversupply of appropriately zoned land at all times so that the housing market can determine when and if is developed subject to demand. With the conclusion being significant rezoning of residential land is required in Lincoln in order to stabilise the rapid increase in prices and correct the supply issue. I consider this plan change to be a significant opportunity for the Selwyn district to start to address and fix these housing shortage issues for the district.
Right, thank you. So if I was looking at Lincoln as compared to Rolleston, for example, as a market. What are the differences between those two in particular?
I think Rolleston traditionally was a first home buyers town, although I've seen that change recently. Lincoln traditionally has been people looking to move out of the city to get a nice new home on a decent sized section. So I guess in their 60s, wanting to have a local rural environment and live in a community. I also see a lot of our buyers are second house buyers. So they've purchased their first smaller home in Christchurch or perhaps in Rolleston, have done their time there, have sold that and now want to move to a slightly larger home. And Lincoln has always been perceived as a good place to do that. And I think it's a really good stepping stone for buyers that have done their first home wanting to get into their second home. But we're also seeing a lot of buyers living there now that simply work in the area. And if you go for a drive around Lincoln, you'll see a lot of vehicles that are sign written with some sort of rural business on the side of it. So Lincoln being a great hub for people to live, but that work in the service or rural industry throughout selling, people seem to enjoy living in Lincoln. It's a balance of being close to the city, great place to bring up the kids, but they can still work in that rural community.
You commented in your summary on the motorway. How does that impact on Lincoln?
Simply the travelling distance. To get onto the motorway near Barrington Street there somewhere and literally pop out at Pebblton in a few minutes and then 5 minutes from there. So that has certainly made a difference.
So the motorway has made a difference in commuting times for Lincoln as well as for the other areas.
Very much so. Very much so.
Is there a property investors much of the market in Lincoln?
Not so much in Lincoln. No, I wouldn't say that's a strong part of the market. I would say, generally speaking, families and retiring folk would make up the majority of the properties that we sell to anyway. More and more people working from home too. We're just seeing it all the time. People that don't have to go back into the city each day. People from other centres around New Zealand where they, in their words, have been priced out of the market. That literally go to Wellington where they work once in 3 weeks, spend the rest of the time working from home. A lot of that happening.
So when you say a lot, what sort of degree is that?
It seems to be every second call there's someone wanting to be moving from the North Island. It's a part of the market that just didn't exist pre-COVID, where now it's realistic, especially if they're in, they don't need to be face-to-face with their customers. They don't have to live in these other centres. They can live in Canterbury and work from home.
Okay, just some questions that have just risen from your evidence sheet. But you say Lincoln is considered the closest rural village. I sort of think Pebblton, but is that different?
Yeah, and I guess right or wrong, Pebblton's become an extension of Christchurch, even though different councils. Lincoln's still has a rural village feel about it, even though it's grown. So I would say to you, if people are looking for a rural environment, they will choose Lincoln over Pebblton. I think it's just the closeness to the hills. You're driving past some paddocks to get there. It's just got a rural feel about it. I think Pebblton more to buyers feels is more of an extension to the city.
So Crebbleton's become essentially part of Christchurch.
Well, that's I think what buyers feel. Yeah, you literally, you don't pass any rural land to get there. I think that's probably part of it.
Does the university impact on demand for accommodation? Rental or people buying, whatever. Does the university itself have much of an impact on the market?
I haven't had a lot of experience with people looking to rent. Generally, the students for the first year anyway live on site and then generally move to town and have a flat in town. So not a big part of our market at present. I don't sell sections to people to build rentals for Lincoln students. I wouldn't say that's a strong way of the market.
Yeah, the price issue, you described that in paragraph 9 as one of the drivers has almost been value. Is that still?
Absolutely, yeah. So even though we've seen significant price rises, it's in buyers' eyes still an affordable place to move, where a section can be purchased of 4 to 550 square metres, which is deemed a big site, and build a new home on that for still less than $1 million, probably somewhere between 800 and 950. So that's still realistic. And when compared to what that would buy you in Christchurch City, it's a very appealing option. I don't know anywhere in Christchurch City where you could buy a section of that size and build a new house or anything like that. The land just doesn't exist.
Okay, in terms of if there's unsatisfied demand in Lincoln, what do people do? I mean, do people start looking at, from your experience, start looking at places like Easton and those sorts of areas?
And we're seeing that this week and last week with deadlines closing in areas outlined, the Amberleys, the Darfields and the Leastons, Ashburton, people driving further and further to get value. So we're seeing that right at the moment. Or be forced to pay a lot more for a existing home. That's what we're seeing. The fact that somebody can buy a section and build a new house on it is what keeps in my opinion, keeps the established house market at a reasonable level. Because a buyer will simply say, well, if that's 1.1, I'll go and build my own one for 850. When they can't say that anymore, there's no other option but the existing price to go up for existing homes.
So you described Lincoln as a major employment hub, and I'm not necessarily getting into the details of that, but is that something that you see that you've commented on the rural industries or rural service providers?
Yeah, well, so many of our buyers now, the husband might manage a dairy farm in Leaston or back of Springston. And once upon a time they lived on farm, but we're seeing more and more people want to live in Lincoln where the kids can walk down to the local school, still handy to the city for the occasions they need to go into town. But again, the opportunity to live by their own home and live in a modern, warm home on a decent sized section where they can put in a playground and a veggie garden and have a dog, but still work on the farm. but not just the farm workers. The farm service industry is huge in Selwyn, with the number of dairy farms. So that the rural sector is a huge employer of staff in Selwyn. Traditionally, they had to live in the city and drive out, but the affordable subdivisions have been a real option for them.
In terms of the modern amenities, you talk about the supermarket, etc. You say they can do all of their shopping and run their errands exclusively in Lincoln if they wish to. Is that something that people are raising with you when they look at the properties?
Very much so. So some wonderful new development has gone in around the supermarket, for example, with gyms and coffee shops and restaurants. There's a lot to do in Lincoln. People don't need to get in their car and drive somewhere to go for coffee anymore. There's so many options in Lincoln. Great grocery store. As I said, well, people can effectively live and breathe Lincoln and not need to go to the city, especially if they don't work in there.
You talked about the COVID impact. So just talk me through that a little bit more as to what, how that's impacted on your role in research.
It has caused people to move around the country. It's caused people to stop and think about where they actually want to live. So there was no question that was the first lockdown was a reflection time that when people sat around different parts of the country and around the world thinking about what in their minds was really important. And as I've said previously, a lot of the people that moved here had some sort of history in the area. So I guess moving home in a way. People looking to settle down with families, and so many people that came back from overseas, Kiwis returning from overseas saying, well, it was the very thing that made us sit down and think about where we actually want to raise our kids. And of course, Selwyn, very kid friendly, so many sports amenities and parks and areas to hang out. It's a really cool family area. But just as importantly for returning Kiwis, it's value. Go to other major centres to be able to buy a new home and section less than $1 million, 15 or 20 minutes from the city is just not possible. So COVID was the trigger for people to think about what was really important and where they wanted to live.
The low interest rates and that sort of thing, do you consider that's impacted much on what you see in the housing market?
I think low interest rates have certainly helped drive house sales over the last couple of years. In this part of the market, I don't know if it's the major, because the reality was people were looking for a home to live in, and it's still at a much lower level than other parts of the country, especially Wellington and Auckland. But certainly low interest rates have certainly helped fuel the market.
Are people interested in townhouse type developments in Lincoln, or more comprehensive development?
Yeah, so I would say especially for older, so not retirement villages, but people that aren't wanting a large section anymore, that it might be in their 60s or 70s. They have been relatively successful where people can go into a smaller unit but still own their own home, don't want to be in a retirement village yet. So that there's definitely an opportunity there in that part of the market. But I would say generally speaking, people are travelling or choosing to live there so they can have some land around their house, a garden, and a standalone house with a garage, generally speaking.
Okay, and you referred to this to sales influence, but in terms of the sections, residential sections now being sold largely by a deadline sale. And you've talked this in your paragraph, you said you don't need to refer to it. No, look at the prices of the sections have gone up around 300 and some, from around 300 in some cases to 500. As the deadline sale process, is that used because people know that there's going to be developers that don't, that there's going to be competition, which is going to put the prices up?
Yes, and I guess, so the marketing is normally with a base price, so a price that the developer would accept. But if we don't have, allow for multiple buyers to make an offer, we can literally have one or two buyers, perhaps a building company want to buy the whole lot. We find that other buyers will then miss out. So there's such demand, it's the only fair way that we can do it at the moment. Otherwise, I'd go on the market at 9.30 with the price, and one person or the first two people would buy the whole lot. So it's been a fascinating process. That's purely down to demand.
And the deadline sale essentially to the highest bidder, or use the term, so sold to the highest bidder.
Correct. So a marketing campaign with the close date, offers made on that day.
Okay, talk about in the representative summary again, you said land only needs to be zoned and not developed in order to help stabilise. Can you just talk me through that a little bit?
I think that's a really important one. There has traditionally always been a good band of greenfields land around Lincoln that is zoned for residential, but there hasn't been enough demand for those blocks to be purchased by individual developers. And that has the effect of keeping value stabilised, because buyers that are looking to buy, or a builder looking to build, to buy a section to build and sell, know that there's more land coming, more land coming, more land coming. And until recent times, there were 3 large-scale residential subdivisions in Lincoln, all well over 200 sections, and in some cases many, many more. So buyers had choice and could go, if they didn't get one in this development, they could go to another development, etc. And on top of that, you had all this other land around it that was zoned but hadn't been purchased by developers. So there was always more land coming, more land coming, more land coming, and that had the effect of keeping prices relatively stable. Then post-COVID, we've seen section sales go through the roof, which has seen prices go through the roof, which has seen pretty much all remaining zoned land hadn't been purchased now, and either being developed or about to be developed. And the effect of that is that now that there's in buyers' minds that all the zoned land is now taken care of, there's that fear of missing out. And if I'm a builder and I need, I live in Lincoln and I build 10 houses a year for my customers, if I can't buy land in 2 or 3 years' time, I won't have a business. And it's not as easy as just going over to Amby to build, or that they live here, their staff are from here. So the issue we're seeing is they are therefore saying, well, I need to buy some sections, otherwise I won't have anything to build in 2 or 3 years' time. Of course, that's further fueling prices. So that's becoming a major issue. If that land is zoned, they know that there's some more sections coming in the next 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years. Now, I wouldn't say Lincoln's a town made up of large-scale developers. Lincoln's a town of lots of one-man bands or a builder with 2 or 3 staff.
In 28, you talk about the market and you talked about other pipeline for other residential sections throughout Greater Christchurch. So the market in Lincoln is particularly frantic and has resulted in demand significantly outstripping supply. That would be applicable to Rolleston too.
Yep, for the most part, yes. The 2 hottest areas in Selwyn.
Okay. Yeah. So your business is focused in Selwyn.
As a company right across Canterbury, my own personal area is Selwyn, although post-COVID we're seeing areas like Amberley really take off, so we're doing a lot of those areas. But yeah, my main area of specialty is in Selwyn, in Christchurch.
Right. Again, it might be a bit repetitive, but yeah, I'm just trying to really get the difference between St Amberley, for example, and also various other areas around, and the difference, I think, between the demand, which is clearly in those places as well, to what's happening here.
Yeah, as I say, I think Lincoln, people, easy to get to. When you get here, it's got a lovely rural feel about it. And not detracting from other areas, but it's just the feedback we get all the time. Close to lots of fun family things to do, biking and all sorts. And
probably more in terms of what's happening in the market rather than what's attractive about Lincoln, but more what's the difference, if any, in the markets between, for example, you've identified Amberley and some other areas in Greater Christchurch. So what is your experience, or how does it differ in your focus on Selwyn than it does in some of your colleagues who are focusing on other areas?
In terms of demand increase, or there hasn't necessarily, whilst there has been a demand increase in all areas, the big difference between here and the Lincolns and the Darfields and the Ambleys and the Darfields is that we've run out of sections here in Lincoln. The other areas still have large areas of zoned land. So prices, whilst they've moved, nothing like they've moved in Lincoln, because there's very few, if any, sections for sale and no zoned land for developers to buy and develop. That's the big difference.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Morning, Mr. Sellers.
Good morning.
You know, I've read your evidence and you've prepared a summary, so just like to take you through the summary. Thank you.
Start, paragraph 2. My experience and qualifications are set out in full in my statement of evidence dated 4 November 2011. Lincoln demand. The average volume of vacant residential section sales in Lincoln has fluctuated during the last 10 years, rising from a low of 55 sales in 2011, immediately following the Canterbury earthquake sequence, to 209 in 2013, and then settling at an average of at or around 227 sales per annum for the period from 2014 to 2019. In 2020, there was a sharp increase in volume, rising from 245 sales in 2019 to 349 sales. New dwelling building consents in Lincoln have generally followed a similar trend line as the number of sales. There has been a sharp increase in building consents in 2021, which is in line with the expected lag behind the peak volume of sales in 2020. In that graph below, just tracks both the different lines. The average residential section sale price in Lincoln has followed a relatively regular upward trend from 2011 till 2020, and then there has been exponential growth well in excess of 100% during the last 12 months. The table takes you through this, the average residential section sale price from 2011 at 204,664 to 2021 at 520, with an increase from 2020 from 238,334. Again, that table below shows the average section sale price tracked from 2011 through to 2020, and then the growth in the last 12 months. Under Lincoln land supply, the supply of vacant residential land has failed to keep pace with the ongoing level of demand. In the Lincoln market, there are virtually no vacant sections available for purchase. Recent small releases of sections have resulted in significant price escalation. My evidence categorised the residential market for vacant sections in Lincoln under the following headings: developed land, land under development, land subject to plan change applications, and undeveloped piecemeal land. And then I summarise in those tables both on under paragraph 7. Developed land, 4 sections available. Under development, 379, so there's potential for 379 sections and land that's currently under development, and those total at the bottom. And then overall summary, medium-term category, so the P69 potential is this plan change itself, potential 2,000 sections, and then zoned piecemeal, and that is land that's zoned for residential subdivision, but in piecemeal ownership, original owners on generally with residential dwellings on the sites, the potential for 462 sections under that category, so a total of 2,462. The current land market in Lincoln exhibits a dysfunctional market where there is virtually no current supply or choice, where uncompetitive market practices being adopted by vendors and extreme price escalation. The only solution to this situation is an immediate increase in supply. It's difficult to quantify what level of supply is required for a normal rational market to exist. However, from my experience, it is preferable there is always an oversupply of appropriately zoned land so that the market can determine when and if it is developed into sections dependent on demand.
Just in terms of the figures in that table, so we've got 379. That's in your paragraph 7 of your summary.
Yes.
So we've got 379 under development, and PC 69 at the moment, and then 462 potential piecemeal. So that's the 800 odd amongst those two. So the 379 should be added to the 462.
Yes, long term, I'm saying the underdevelopment is more short term potential, short to medium term, whereas the piecemeal is undetermined. It's difficult to difficult to quantify when that land could become available. It's dependent upon the desires of the individual owners for those properties. There's some might want to keep this lifestyle property forever and are not interested in developing it or going into a plan with a developer to sell it.
I was interested in your comment. No, okay, so that's the difference. So the 379 is short term because they're under development.
Yes.
Second one's over long, small, medium, long term. Okay. So you said in your paragraph 8, you summary in your evidence, you say the only solution is to the situation is an immediate increase in supply. Why do you see this as the only solution? So what other potential solutions are there?
I'm not sure if there are any other solutions in Lincoln to satisfy the demand and curb the current price escalations that's occurred in the last 12 months. I don't know if there are any other solutions.
I suppose there are demand based tools that could be used, but not available in terms of the RM bands anyway. That's what you're saying. So you could look at obviously the interest rates and those sorts of things can be used to
As tools, yes. Yes, there are those as well. Yes, but
sorry, I'm going back to a program. I've seen some of you. We've obviously spoken before in relation to not Lincoln specific matters, but you've given evidence on other matters. So some of the basic things, basic tenants underlying evidence, I understand them, but it's just some of the points that I've still got remaining with it in terms of interest. So in terms of piecemeal areas, I was trying to picture Lincoln because I know Lincoln reasonably well, but they're just dotted around out there, or they're
generally dotted around, generally on the periphery, but there are some within the township on large holdings.
Are there a limited number of big players, if you like, in the Lincoln development market?
There's probably five or six big players. Yes.
And they all, it's not the area of expertise, but they all seem to be essentially, providing a similar product.
Generally similar product, yes. But at paragraph 40, I think I've got outlined the blocks under development and the paragraphs after that, where I mentioned each individual one. But those are the main developers or developments that are currently underway in Lincoln, and that they have been the same developers for the last 10 years, probably, off and on.
Okay, and in that paragraph 40, we describe the whole column. What's the whole column?
There's sections that are under development where the developer hasn't placed them on the market, awaiting for further decisions. In many cases, the developers are actually completing their own house and build packages. That's the case with Greenstead, where Fletcher Living are developing that block. Tifariki Ngaitahu property had been waiting on further decisions of what they were going to do there. They have a policy where they release, often give first release to their iwi first, so that they don't come onto the market. If they're not taken up, then they have the option of either house and land packages themselves, which is very limited, or place them onto the market.
Okay. Through. One of the, as if you are talking about the resource management bill was going through at the moment, the enabling bill for intensification, and the relevance of that or otherwise is really matter for me. But it's produced, seems to have produced some quite interesting submissions. And it's just that time in terms of developed land itself having a chilling effect on prices, if you like, to keep them either, you know, to stop them escalating or to just zone land, to stop them escalating or to potentially decrease the value of them. But I was looking, for example, in Auckland, the figures there are something like 900,000 residential developments which are zoned, and 650,000 which are deemed by the Auckland Council to be feasible. So that's the market there. It's a different market, but it's just the underlying philosophy, because that, you know, there is that amount of land which is zoned for development, but we're still seeing the same runaway increases in property prices. So I'm just trying to understand how the land just being zoned has that, has the chilling effect.
Are you talking about the 3-level housing, or just
general?
Well, it certainly helps, I guess. Mr. Jones outlined that earlier, that builders and purchasers know that it's coming. If there's nothing there and nothing in the pipeline, then there's that more haste in getting in and buying a section, which creates more competition. I guess it can lessen competition, but I would have thought it only to a slight degree.
So just so I'm clear on what you were saying, that the would lessen competition, but to a slight degree.
Well, if there's more land zoned, then developers will bring it to the market when they see it as feasible. And once they bring it to the market and create competition, then that takes some of the heat out of the market in terms of competition. At the moment, we've got a situation where, certainly in Wellington and Rolleston, where there's virtually no sections available and no clear immediate supply, then there's no choice, and people are just paying what they have to. Virtually like an auction process, some of these section releases. Whereas if you've got, go back to a normal market, what we might have had 10 years ago, where the standard process was for developers to release blocks or stages to the market on a website with prices on them, and it'll be a choice of for a buyer to maybe a choice of 3 or 4 subdivisions in a general area to choose from and to compare prices. But we've got nothing like that at the moment.
Given the chief and you mentioned it before, but in terms of that price increase, the 220 to 221, at the sale price there of 238, 334 in 2020, and then 520 here. So that's, my understanding is that that's the current sale price that you noted with the asterisks, that's an actual sale price.
Yes. Yes.
And that is comparing apples with apples, it's the same.
Yes.
So how many sections have sold in that period of time in the 2021?
Well, in terms of recorded sales, they were very, there was just, sorry, excuse me, there were just 150 recorded, but those were recorded much earlier in the year. So what I'm saying, any sections that are sold in the last 3 or 4 months won't be recorded in databases. So we've gone back out to the developers and real estate agents and got that information, because it's just not available to the market. But sections are not built and they're not settled.
And it only gets into the system, if you like, once they're actually titled.
Yes.
Sold. Yeah, just in terms of detail, but paragraph 30, you talk about the Bartlett Field subdivision, you're aware of price escalation between 85 and 95%. So that's for that current 2021 period as well.
Yes. That sales information was given to us on the basis of confidentiality, and we are not at liberty to quote the exact site. But yes, it's based on information from that subdivision.
Okay, you've looked at Rolleston and other areas as well. So, what is it reflecting the same sort of?
Yes, I think Rolleston and Lincoln are very similar in terms of the escalation that's occurred in the last 12 months. As well, in excess of 100%. I'm not aware of that being the level of escalation in other residential development areas.
Okay, in terms of the escalation that we're seeing is undisputed that it's happening in terms of the prices, but I mean, is it a bit of a short-term perfect storm, do you think, where it's a combination of factors, low interest rates, and people not going away away and overseas and people, yeah, and those sorts of factors combined with the supply.
Yes, so it's a combination of a number of factors all coming together. Low interest rates are certainly part of it, but you have to have demand as well, and demand seems to have come. We seem to be getting demand from a number of areas, Christchurch or Greater Christchurch area. People moving from overseas, people moving from other parts of the country, and there seems to be a generation of deciding that now's the time to buy their first home as well.
It's difficult to crystal ball gaze, isn't it? It's just whether it's a blip or you see it as more long term.
Well, it's hard to. I don't think anyone can contemplate this sort of escalation carrying on for any length of time because it's just not sustainable.
It comes to almost self-controlling, I suppose, doesn't it? If it gets to that level of unaffordability.
Yes. Christchurch still sits right down the scale in terms of the average house price around the country, which I guess there might be a bit of a catch-up. But we've also had generally up until now, generally had supply as well.
In paragraph 34, what do you see as the difference between, or what creates the difference between the price escalation between house and land dwellings that are sold and vacant sections?
It's just availability and supply and choice, I think. Absolutely.
Because the existing dwellings aren't going, they haven't suffered the same escalation as the vacant sections.
No, they haven't. No, not at all. They are showing a sharp rise, and that graph there is only the recorded sales on page paragraph 33. So that potentially is sharper, but nothing like the level we've seen in sections.
From a valuer's perspective, in terms of impacts, is there a difference? I mean, if there are a number of house and land packages on the market and still a shortfall in the sections, do you think there would still be? I mean, a house and land, because house and land packages must, in some degree, meet the supply part of the equation.
Yes, they do.
But that, but if there are less sections, is that going to then impact again, saying before, impact again on the escalation of the house and land?
Yes, it flows straight through. If a builder has to pay $100,000 more for a section, they're going to pass it on to their homeowner and purchaser.
Okay, so erosion we're going to talk about. Future supply is in paragraph 44. We've talked about a number of the other ones there. So, right, so the stages up to 20, they're all sold and titles are available. But there's potential for another 200 sections there. And are they under development? You know?
No, they haven't, they've only started on those yet. Land available, land zone within that subdivision area where there's potential for another 200.
Okay, just in your tables, sorry about not in your table, but it's in terms of the potential rezoning. You've talked in about 260 hectares around the periphery of Lincoln Township, which is currently rural but subject to application for rezoning. Is that that includes PC 69 plus?
I've taken PC 69 out of that total. Yes.
Right, so there's 260 hectares going through some form of rezoning.
Well, yes, I think that where people made submissions for the proposed Southern District plan, so they're at the very early stage. They're not plan changes, they're submissions.
Okay, we've had discussions we've had about the resource management and enabling housing supply and other matters, and then with the village wetlands and discussions I've had in relation to that issue. Yeah, the way that we talked about that, but yeah, I mean, if that would go through in its current form or similar to it, we're getting essentially three dwellings permitted on the site. Would that make it much of a difference in your view in the Lincoln market?
I don't think it will make much difference at all, not to Lincoln. As Mr. Jones explained earlier, people come to Lincoln to live on a reasonable sized section, and a reasonable sized section now is area between sort of 450, 650 square metres. Generally a single level dwelling with a bit of raw and a garage. It's going to be interesting to see how that Enabling Act plays out. There are a number of issues that affect the Greater Christchurch area, which may not affect Auckland. One, we haven't got the population pressure, but two, building a 3-level dwelling, the cost goes up significantly. Building 2 levels, going up 3 levels is extremely expensive. Whether it's going to be feasible in the long run, and also the ground conditions to support a 3-level dwelling in many parts of Christchurch, I suggest possibly Lincoln as well, may not be feasible.
Well, Mr. Solicitor, thanks for helping you.
might be here.
Mr. Colgrave, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, I haven't asked Mr. Copeland, but I'm going to slot you in now.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Great. Shall I read my summary?
All right.
Just give me a minute, please, Mr. Colgrave.
Sure. Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Colgrave.
Hi.
And I've received your summary, I've read your evidence, I've received your summary of evidence, which has just been handed to me.
Right.
And I might just ask if you just start reading that from paragraph 4, perhaps.
Thank you, sir. My evidence provided a detailed critique of the Council's latest assessment of dwelling supply and demand as required under the NPSUD. It concluded that the Council is currently not meeting its NPSUD obligations over either the short, medium, or long term. This is because the Council's estimates of demand for additional dwellings are inordinately low, while its estimates of likely capacity to meet that demand appear significantly overstated. When the various issues that I identified are addressed to provide more reliable estimates of dwelling supply demand, the district clearly faces significant supply shortfalls under the short, medium, and longer terms. Accordingly, additional land needs to be identified and rezoned as soon as possible to meet NPSUD obligations and to enable the efficient operation of the local land market. Having concluded that the district faces significant looming shortfalls in dwelling capacity relative to likely demand, I then assessed the likely economic costs and benefits of the plan change. Overall, I consider that the proposal provides strong and enduring economic benefits. These include providing a substantial direct boost in market supply to meet current and projected future shortfalls, bolstering land market competition, which helps deliver new sections to the market quicker and at better average prices, helping to provide for a range of housing typologies to meet a diverse range of needs and preference, which is also required by the NPSUD, contributing to achieving critical mass to support greater local retail/service provision, including the community's vision for a renewed Rolleston Town Centre, and the one-off economic stimulus associated with developing the land and constructing the dwellings that will be enabled there. The only possible economic cost is potential adverse effects of the proposed commercial area on the role and function of the Lincoln Key Activity Centre. However, at only 450 square metres of gross floor area, it is far too small to have any such effects. Given the strong and enduring benefits of the proposed plan change and noting the absence of any material economic costs, I support it on economic grounds. Mr. Langman has provided evidence on behalf of Environment Canterbury and Christchurch City Council, which included a response to my evidence for this plan change. I have reviewed his statement and make the following comments in response. Mr. Langman considers that the 2021 capacity assessment that I critiqued is generally consistent with requirements for preparing them, including the use of population projections as the initial basis for an assessment of housing demand. I disagree. The demand projections used in the assessment significantly understate recent trends, and its corresponding estimates of capacity are fundamentally flawed, as described in detail in both my evidence in chief and that of Mr. Akehurst. Mr. Langman also considers that the prior 2018 HCA, Housing Capacity Assessment, was generally fit for purpose because it included a peer review process. In my view, the 2018 capacity assessment was fatally flawed because it assumed that all plan-enabled capacity was automatically feasible for development. This is an inappropriate and misleading assumption. Moreover, the supposed adequacy of the prior capacity assessment tells us nothing about the veracity or otherwise of the most recent one. Mr. Langman notes that he is comfortable with the future development areas being included in the estimates of medium-term capacity because Plan Change 1 to the Regional Policy Statement is now operative and various private plan changes are underway. This conclusion is incorrect.
The NPSUD is clear that capacity must be zoned accordingly for residential development in either an operative or proposed district plan to qualify as medium-term capacity. The future urban development areas are not zoned appropriately and therefore fail this test. Consequently, they must be excluded. Finally, Mr. Langman appears to consider that the triennial capacity assessment process is the most appropriate way to identify and plan for additional capacity to meet shortfalls. I agree that that process can be a useful avenue to provide for future capacity, but it's not the only way, nor necessarily the best. The issue is timing. In short, with a 3-year gap between each capacity assessment, and given the very long lead times associated with both land development and house construction, relying just on the housing capacity assessment to address shortfalls is flawed, in my view. A far more responsive approach is desirable, both from a market and regulatory perspective.
Now, you've listened in to some of the questions I've had for other witnesses, Mr. Kilgrave?
Yes, I have tried to listen as much as I could, sir.
Yeah, and I will go through your evidence for some matters of clarification, but one of the things which I'm interested in is, and you'll know probably from my previous questioning, is in terms of whether we've just got a bit of a perfect storm here, a bit of a blip that will work its way through, and I'm also interested in your views in terms of some of the information that I've been viewing in relation to the Auckland housing market, which you're probably a lot more familiar with than I am. But I was quite surprised looking at some of the submissions that were made by the Auckland Council in particular on the resource management enabling legislation. And one of the first ones that stuck out for me was a estimate which was referred to in that submission. I understand it's prepared by the Real Estate Institute of New Zealand. And that was that the quantitative easing interventions to keep interest rates low and counteract the negative shocks of COVID-19 pandemic caused prices to soar by 27% between 2020 and 2021.
Yes.
Is that?
Yes, no, absolutely. I mean, interest rates are a big part of the equation, and I think when we've previously discussed this, it's certainly one of the major factors. So, low interest rates obviously make it much cheaper to borrow money and to invest. So that's obviously a big factor. There's also things to do with people returning home, and I think the previous witnesses touched on these as well. So you've got Kiwis coming home, starting a new life back in their home country. You've got low interest rates. You've got land supply shortages. I mean, it's a mixture of all those things, but interest rates are undoubtedly part of the picture.
Okay, thank you. I also found it interesting in that submission, and I don't know whether you're familiar with this, if you help me on it or not, but one of the points raised was that in terms of the special housing areas in Auckland, which I understand were put in to address the capacity issue, that they actually found that the special housing areas resulted in an average price increase of 5% above the market average.
Wow. Yeah, I guess the problem with the statistic like that, sorry, sir, is that we don't really have a counterfactual. We don't really know what the prices of those would have sold like if they were in a special housing area or what we're really comparing to. And it could also just be that prices have just, I mean, I'm not familiar with the submission or how they derive that value, but I mean, the special housing area was effectively a fast track process to bring land to market quicker, but it wasn't really guaranteed that things would come to the market in a cheaper fashion. So there was potentially some gaming of that process, but I'm not sure without having seen the numbers there.
That's just figures that sort of struck me when I was reading through.
It seems anomalous.
And the other thing which you would have heard me speaking to previous witnesses about is in terms of the information and that submission, which if I read it properly was that there were approximately 900,000 dwellings zoned under the AUP, and council estimated those to be 650, estimated there'd be 650,000 that were feasible. But again, we've seen those significant price rises in Auckland. That doesn't seem to that having that land zoned doesn't seem to have stopped the runaway price increases.
Yeah, no, that's a really good observation. I think there's a couple of things at work here. I mean, I think the first one just reinforces the point that I've been making through my evidence that these theoretical estimates of plan enabled capacity is pretty well defined, but feasible capacity is the result of a extensive modelling exercise that brings in dozens of nested assumptions. It's assumption on assumption. They're very sensitive to the numbers that you put in them, and I think they have a tendency to overstate. So there's a problem with the feasible capacity numbers to start with. But then more importantly, I think it's those filters that we've talked about previously that are in my evidence, things like developer intention, land banking, all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's really market supply is the number we really care about. And in my view, that's normally much smaller than those figures suggest. And I think that's kind of what's hidden in there.
So rezoning land itself has, I think we've discussed before, has some impact in your view on, of itself, has some impact on price escalation.
Yeah, well, it's what you do with it, or it's what the market thinks you'll do with it. So if a big parcel of land gets rezoned and the market believes that you're not going to do anything with it because they think you're land banking or whatever, then it's not likely to have much of a competitive impact. But if you've got a well-resourced developer with a strong track record who's ready to bring land to market and they get a rezoning, then that's seen as a much more credible effect in terms of, well, suppliers coming through. So it's not just the rezoning itself, although that's important. It's who's rezoned it and what does the market expect them to do with it in the short to medium term. So, if someone's a serial land banker and they're just rezoning and banking land around the place where they work, then that's not likely to have the same effect as, for example, the applicant today who wants to bring stuff to market and the market knows that when that's rezoned, they will act on it. So I guess that's one of the sort of the hidden factors there.
So it's more subtle than just rezoning. It's
rezoning is a necessary step for increasing land supply, but it's not sufficient because it really depends on what the owner does with it from there.
right. Okay, let's go through and ask some questions for clarification. And as I said in my opening, we've obviously discussed matters before.
Yes.
So there will be some repetition, but I'll try to limit that. Just so I'm clear in terms of the, I'm going through to the body group now. I've got to paragraph 25. And it's really just to clarify that I understand properly. You're talking about the FUDAs.
Yes.
Okay, so the FUDAs, in your opinion, should be taken into account in the long-term supply, or?
Yes, absolutely. And also, I haven't adjusted this table to reflect the fast-track consenting changes. I think there's about 970 dwellings there. So you could add that you could credibly add that to the medium and short-term buckets, but you wouldn't add the rest of the future urban development areas because they're not in a state that meets the criteria.
Okay, so that's the 970 or whatever it is from.
That's correct.
Right. what does that do to your surpluses there then in your table?
These are, I think table 1 is the council's estimate, sir, and table 3 is my revised versions. So can I take you to table 3, sir? And I mean, essentially, if we just look at the rightmost column where we've got the surplus shortfall, what that effectively does is it moves that medium-term shortfall from about, say, 7,500 to, let's say, 6,500. So you're closing that medium-term shortfall by about 1,000, but you've still got a huge gap there.
Okay. Can you just talk me through those figures in that table 3, just talking about
Sure. So the feasible capacity figures, I think we've talked about those previously, so I've taken the feasible capacity numbers that the council had, and then I've made a series of reasonably minor adjustments to those. The next column, likely market supply, is a proportion of the feasible capacity. And so what I'm saying is that in the short term, likely market supply is a reasonably low fraction of that feasible capacity because it's tied up for various reasons we've talked about before. The medium term, that likely supply is a high proportion of feasible capacity. And by the long term, likely supply is 90% of feasible capacity. So there's a relationship between feasible capacity and market supply all the way through the table. So it's really just saying that we've got some feasible capacity, but we have to scale that down to proxy what we think market supply is. And over the longer term, there's a much closer balance between the two of them, but in the short term, there's a lot of constraints. The demand, including the buffers, is just our estimates of the additional dwellings required, including the competitiveness margins. And the surplus shortfall column on the right is the difference between demand and likely market supply.
So why does it remain the same at 1432, for example? Why does it remain the same in your first, in your scenario 1, excluding the FUDAs, as it does in the second and third?
So the short term is the first, is years 1 to 3, and that's kind of fixed all the way through in terms of the demand and the likely supply. So those numbers are fixed all the way through, and it's really it's the feasible capacity and the likely market supply that are changing through the table.
So the short and medium term remain the same. It's the long term that differs in under those scenarios.
That's right. Yeah. So the difference between the scenarios is really what happens with capacity, whether we include those areas and at what densities we assume for them.
Didn't get there fast enough.
Don't know where the TV remote is. No. Fraser's there.
Can't see him. Can you hear us, Rosa?
Yes, I can.
Sorry, we've lost
This is
your
TV.
face. Screen's gone to sleep on us.
Fraser's there.
Oh, you're back.
Great. Yay.
Well, I hadn't even noticed you were gone.
So enthralling. Love that economic evidence.
Okay. All right. So that's clarified that for me. I sort of picked it up myself, but I appreciate you pointing that out. Okay. So just going through your evidence, and and you're reading it from an economics perspective. I'm looking at paragraph 27 here. It says must have you're talking about the sufficient capacity. You're saying the MPSUD that makes it a minimum. Sufficient capacity is a minimum.
Yes, that's just because of the wording, sir, where it says that it must at least achieve that level. So yeah, that's the smallest amount you can provide. So it's a minimum really, as opposed to a target that you're aiming for. It's a target you must exceed essentially.
So a target you must meet. Is there anything which indicates that for you as an economist that that more is anticipated by the MPSUD?
I'm not sure whether they'll do it through this regulatory instrument or another. I guess the recent Resource Management Act amendment bill is a signal that the government is really motivated to try and solve the housing problem, and that they're really motivated to bring capacity through going upwards and outwards. So yeah, I think there's a very clear direction at a strategic level. I don't know if they'll do more with the MPSUD, but I wouldn't be surprised to see another iteration in the next year or two, or a few years.
All right, so to raise that topic in terms of the legislation, and obviously a question of weight and whether it's even relevant for me, but have you formed any initial views as to what sort of difference that may potentially make in price and Selwyn in particular?
I think it's going to have a much bigger effect in the more metropolitan areas where land prices are significantly higher, because it's much more expensive to build residential homes on the second and third floor than it is on the ground floor. So, additional stories are quite expensive. And so in an area where land prices are still, relatively affordable, unlikely to see much effect, I don't think. I think in some of the older areas of the larger cities where the housing stock is potentially, a little bit older and closer to the end of its useful life, that's the sort of scenario where a redevelopment may have previously not been feasible, but now with those new rules, it would make a difference. I think large parts of Selwyn, the growth areas particularly, have quite a lot of new and recent housing, and you wouldn't bowl over a 5 or 10-year-old house to redevelop it under these rules, but you might redevelop a house that was built in the 50s or 60s or something like that. So I think land prices in the district are too low for it to have much effect, and I think the building stock is sort of relatively too new to make it economic. So I think the big changes will be probably mainly in Auckland.
Okay, and some of these you've talked before. Your table 31, I'm going to stating the obvious. You've seen your figure 2, stating the obvious, but it's from 2013 through to 2021, the actual has exceeded the forecast. Is that correct?
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Okay, so if I'm looking at your recent consent volumes versus the HBA demand estimates.
Yes.
Yeah, and as I say, it's probably stating the obvious, but that shows that from 2013, so from 2013 through to 2021, those figures, the actual figures, are considerably in excess, varying degrees of the HBA forecast going forward.
Yes, that's correct, sir. Just on that, some new information has become available since I last appeared in front of you in one of these hearings. So the last quarter's residential consent numbers have just come out for 30 September. And Selwyn reached a record. There was 574 consents in Selwyn in the last 3 months, and that's equal to an annual run rate of 2,300 dwellings. So it's an even higher bar than my graph had. So, Selwyn also had the highest population growth in New Zealand over the last year, according to population estimates. Sorry?
Figures again, you had them too.
So the residential consent for the last quarter to end of September was 574. Which is an annual run rate of 2,300.
Okay, and you're going on to some other figures as well?
Yes, and Statistics New Zealand has just done its 2021 June population estimates. Those have just come out as well. So over the 12 months ended 30 June, the Selwyn district population grew by almost 4,000 people, which was 5.6%, and it was the highest in New Zealand.
Okay, so the percentage was 5.6%. What was the number?
3,900 people, sir.
And you said that was the highest?
Yes, the highest growth in New Zealand. And it takes us even further above the high projection than we were before in terms of what the council's using for its estimate. So we're veering further and further away from that high projection now.
Anything of those figures, I mean, they relate directly to Selwyn. Was there any figures released in terms of Christchurch, or was that?
They will be there, sir. I haven't looked at them, but they're definitely there. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to look at the broader picture. But it also, I found a recent article on Stuff from just a couple of weeks ago, and they said that Selwyn's internal migration was 77% higher than the year before. So we're just attracting Kiwis from all over New Zealand who want to come and live there.
All right, we talked about your percentages of Greenfield development, 60 to 75. You're still of the view that 75% isn't I think it's 76 to 75% in the HBA model is still that's not appropriate. Still too high in your view.
Look, I think it's a little bit high, but in the scheme of things, it doesn't have a huge impact on the final numbers. Even if you were to run with 75%, for example, you're still, 18 to 20,000 dwellings short over the long term. So it's very much sort of playing around the edges, I guess, compared to where we are.
Yeah, I mean, that's a question in terms of a number of the things which you've identified, and a number of things which you've pointed out as potential errors. I mean, how much overall, are we just fiddling around the sides by looking at those matters that you've identified in your evidence, and Mr. Mayhurst does as well? Is that just sort of fiddling around the sides, or is it?
Well, I mean, none of them are fatal in their own. Well, I mean, for example, the 6.6% developer margin, we don't know what the impact of that is on the feasibility modelling, so we have to sort of park that. But that could be a really large impact. We don't know. But the other ones aren't perhaps as significant in isolation, but it's the cumulative effects of all those things together, I think, which has a big impact. Even if you were to ignore all of that, the council's own work still shows a shortfall of 12,000 over the long term. So, you know, even if you put all of that stuff to one side, there's still an enormous gap. And the various private plan changes that have been put forward provide just over 10,000 dwellings. So even if all of those were granted and you took the council's numbers, which are quite conservative, there's still a gap over the long term.
That 6.6% thing, which you said that may have some significance, the difference between the 25% return, or target return, and the 6.6% used. I'm just wondering, are those figures talking about different things? Because the 6.1%, which is used in the HVA, or used by Stella anyway, that's based on basically for dwellings on developed sections, isn't it?
Yeah, so the 6.6% was when they modelled whether it was feasible to build a house on a given section. What they've done is they've added up, you know, the cost of the land, the cost of the building, infrastructure works, all those things. So they've come up with sort of a total cost of development. And then normally what you do is you'd add 20 or 25% on top of that as the developer margin. And the number that results from that is the price that you need to get in the market to make the development feasible. What they've done in the modelling is they've added up all the costs, and rather than adding 20 or 25% as a margin, they've only added 6.6%. And I think we've talked through the reasons for that before, but what that does is it lowers the final selling price that you need at the end to make the development viable. So it effectively lowers the financial hurdle. And so what it will potentially mean is that there'll be some projects that were deemed feasible, which would not be feasible if the right sort of margin was put on top. I mean, I've never met a developer that would take that sort of risk for those sort of margins.
Okay. So the developer itself, the organisation is getting in there, actually developing the subdivision through the subdivision stage. Yeah, and I might be wrong on this, but I understood that's where the 25% margin or sits, because that's a higher risk. But the actual building of a the building of a dwelling on a developed site is less of a risk, and that's where the 6.6% comes in.
Yeah, so MBIE have put out a feasibility tool. It's like an Excel spreadsheet which they produced when the MPS UDC first came out in 2016. And it's got two modules. The first one is a land development module, and the second one is a house construction module. And one sort of feeds into the other. And it's got a bunch of different assumptions in there, and it's got some what I call global assumptions that go across the entire workbook, and the developer margin is one of those. So it assumes a 20% developer margin for house construction and land development. And it clearly says in that workbook, this is the number that you should use. And if you want to use a different number, you need to check that off with the development community and make sure that it's grounded in reality.
Okay, so
it's pretty clear about the 20% applying to both.
All right, so you can be replaced to both. All right, so we talked about those various factors in terms of site coverage and what have you, and we talked about whether that's sort of fitting around the edges and whether it makes a significant difference. But yeah, in terms of the feasibility capacity and the matters that you identified in paragraph 60 particularly, are they potentially more significant?
Look, I think the most significant issue I've picked up through my work is the demand estimates. So I strongly believe the supply numbers are too high, but I think the demand estimates are where the real glaring error is. And I just reread Ben Baird's 1 October memo, which has been attached to the Section 42A reports, and he sort of says, look, we're aware that that the actual growth has been above high consistently for a long period of time, so the council's aware of it. And they sort of said, we've commissioned a demographer to have a closer look at what's sort of driving the market. And, that they sort of allude to the idea that they will potentially update their forecast when better information becomes available. And I think that's a valid approach. But I think if we weren't to make those updates and we were just to continue with these numbers, then we're really underestimating the demand, I believe.
Okay, so the figures that you talked about in terms of developer retentions, tax implications and similar, they are not.
Oh, so no, sorry, sir, I misunderstood you. So there's three factors. There's the demand, which we just talked about. There's the feasible capacity estimates, and then there's the difference between feasible capacity and likely market supply. So a point I strongly make is that the feasible capacity numbers are just a halfway point, really. And then you need to apply those various filters around developer intention to get your likely market supply. And that's a really significant part of the analysis. And so, yeah, the sort of, I guess, failure to include or incorporate or reflect those factors means that your estimates of what's going to be supplied will be much, much higher than what will actually be supplied.
So that's could be significant.
Yeah, highly significant. And I think the market evidence that's been put forward by the real estate people here and the other hearings really tells that story from an on the ground perspective.
This is clarification points to me we may have discussed previously, but in paragraph 78 you talk about you say from both an economic and market perspective. Just what's the difference between the two?
I guess what I'm saying is from a theoretical economic perspective, it has that effect, and also from an on-the-ground practical point. It's a sort of practical in theory. I mean, they're overlapping. Economics and markets are very similar and essentially the same thing, but it's just saying that from a theoretical point of view and from a market perspective, it's significant.
In terms of land market competition that you discussed in paragraphs 80 through, is this discussion on 81 about land experience market power, which enables them to charge more for land, slower releasing, etc. Now, not making any assumptions, but from an economic perspective or an economist perspective, is there any risk of that? If you're like current here, when you look at we've got essentially 2,000 lots being produced, 69% or whatever it is increase in terms of what's already there. Do you have a concern as an economist that focuses, if you've got too much control of the market and the development of PC69?
Yeah, I mean, if there was another plan change that provided some competition, that would probably have some beneficial effects. But I think this plan change in isolation is providing that supply boost, which is clearly needed. So, it's much better to have this plan change and have this boost in supply than to not have it. If we were then to sort of add the cherry on top and potentially have some other plan change or small plan change to help fill some gaps, that might assist as well. But I think that the important point here, though, is you've got an applicant which is a really active developer who has strong intentions to bring it to the market. So that in itself will provide a strong boost, because it's not just competition between different greenfield areas; it's also competition with the existing dwelling stock. So if there was no new land being bought online, and I own a house in Lincoln, then if there's really strong demand and the only option is to buy an existing house, then it gives those existing homeowners that sort of power as well, if you like. So this plan change really provides a huge boost, which will help temper that effect. And it's also important, I think, to acknowledge that it's a big chunk of capacity on paper, but it's not going to happen in 1, 2 or 3 years. It'll be a staged development over a significant period of time. So it's not like sort of 2,000 lots will be available in 6 months' time or something like that. So.
Do you think the release of that sort of level of 250 a year, do you think that could have an effect positive effect on the competitive market?
Yeah, well, I think we have to think, what's the counterfactual? So when we talk about these effects, we're really talking about them relative to if the plan change didn't proceed. And so, when you think about what the state of the world looks like without the plan change, then these effects are all sort of measured relative to that. So an additional 200 or 250 lots per year relative to no additional lots per year would have a pretty notable impact.
Okay, just the final thing really, but the paragraph 83, you talk about the reduction of the rate at which dwelling prices grow. Future residents will spend less on weekly rental mortgage payments, etc., and boost disposable incomes. One of the things that I don't know whether it's unique to New Zealand, but it's it seems to be that wealth and disposable income in New Zealand almost is directly tied to what's happening with residential property. So if residential property is going up in price, then people are likely to spend more. And it's anecdotal, but we all know people who've got a mortgage on the house to buy another boat or to go overseas or whatever. Yes,
I guess the distinction there is between disposable income that you earn through wages or salaries or whatever your employment is. That's really a sustainable form of disposable income, and borrowing against the house is kind of like having a party now and the hangover later, because you do have to pay it back. So I know a lot of people are borrowing against the gains in their home and they're spending money now. It's giving the illusion of more disposable income than they would have otherwise, but that party has to stop eventually. So yeah, it's really more the most sustainable figure is the sustainable income that you disposable income that you make through your regular work.
Because we ranked 8th for something I read recently in an OECD, the 8th most prosperous nation or something, which I presume.
Right. Yeah, that's pretty good. I get it could well be tied to that. And I know that people do have a tendency to see the value of their house go up and to borrow against it. And, seems like a good idea at the time, but eventually it has to be paid back.
Okay, so the distinction there is disposable income, as you say, it's from what you can actually, from what you actually earn rather than.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, the demographic comparison that you have included on page 20 of your evidence.
Yes.
There are clearly some differences and so on. I just wonder how much of those are associated with the, in your view, or do you know, or is it even relevant? How much of that is associated with the nature of, with having the university as such a big part of the town? Because
look, I personally think that's a big part of the equation. I think that having it there, because the university is there and people who want to live next to the university will choose Lincoln as their preferred place to live. So it's going to naturally have an impact. And it's reflected in some of the figures, for example, years at usual residence. So 31% of Lincoln people had lived in their usual residence for less than a year versus 19% for the rest of the district. So that's that kind of sort of people coming in. There will be lots of other reasons other than the university, but the university is such a big part of that, of that sort of local economy that it's inevitably going to have an effect on the demography of people that live there.
Okay.
But it won't be the only factor, though.
So the 42%, for example, of years at usual residence doesn't just correlate to how long it takes you to get a master's.
Yes, that's right. But even at the other end of the scale on that year's usual residence, in Lincoln, only 5% of people have lived there for 15 years or more. So I'm just counting the 4 and the 1%. Whereas if you go to the next column, it's 13% for the rest of Selwyn. So it's a more, I wouldn't say transitory, but it's a more mobile community, I guess, than other parts of the district.
Right, so your ultimate conclusion, looking at all of those figures, is that it forms a district housing sub-market.
Yes, that's right, sir.
Have you read the evidence that's been filed on behalf of the council, the Christchurch City Council, and you looked at that at all, Mr. Langman's?
I just fast forward to the paragraphs where he replied to what I'd said. So I haven't read the body of his evidence, but I read that section.
You're obviously reasonably familiar with this strategic planning processes in Christchurch in terms of the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement and the identification of greenfield areas and those sorts of matters.
Yes, sir.
One of the issues that's raised is essentially the diversion, because you've had the strategic planning, so you've identified the areas where there's going to be growth and what's going to happen over time. That's enabled infrastructure to be funded and implemented, et cetera, et cetera. and there's a comment about a risk of essentially, this is diverting it from that planned growth. Do you see that as like from an economic perspective? What ramifications of that?
Yeah, so I think it's really important to differentiate what I call trunk infrastructure or main infrastructure. So you take a wastewater plant, for example, you've got the treatment facility, and then you've got the sort of trunk connections that, sort of same as an arterial road, if you like. So those investments that have been made will essentially support growth really anywhere around Lincoln. And more sort of site-specific investments in infrastructure are made by the developer, to enable their own site. So the investments that the community's made in the sort of broader general capacity of Lincoln to absorb growth are not foregone or lost by having a development here versus somewhere else. I mean, they're all going to absorb the same capacity, but it doesn't leave that capacity stranded and unable to be repaid. It simply means that it's servicing growth in a slightly different part of that area than they initially envisaged. And there wouldn't have been any site-specific investments in infrastructure made in those greenfield areas yet because they haven't developed. So as far as I can see, I don't really see that being an effect.
Okay. Yeah, because that's actually one of the planks, or one of the primary drivers of the councils, as the CRC and CHC, their CCC and CRC. That seems to be one of the planks of the risk of basically diverting it away from what's planned and the cost of that. So you've got, you're looking at intensification within central city and narrowing this sort of growth outside those identified greenfield areas that impacts on that. And then on their analysis, that leads to additional costs in terms of, infrastructure not being used, also transport, and all of those sorts of matters. So, yeah.
Yeah, but look, I mean, I acknowledge what they're saying, but I think it's a counterfactual thing again. So if the opportunity to live here was precluded or denied, would those people then go and look for a house in the city in those areas where they're looking for intensification? And I think the answer is no. Those are really quite different housing markets. And so I disagree with that. But I do acknowledge that councils are in a really tricky position with growth infrastructure because they typically have to provide that infrastructure ahead of demand, and then there's a bit of uncertainty about when there'll be some uptake and repayment. So that's definitely a point that I agree with. But I don't think that stifling opportunities in these areas is the right way to try and get uptake and repayment of the investments that the city's made in its own stuff. It's not going to work, and it's a classic risk in my view is to try and stifle all the other opportunities to funnel growth to an area where you want it to go. That it's typically not how markets work. It's a bit of a carrot and stick thing. It's better to make those areas more attractive for people to want to live there in the first place than to try and deny them opportunities elsewhere. And sorry, also important to recognise that the developer will pay a development contribution and/or other infrastructure payments to ensure that any capacity they consume through this process is fully paid and doesn't become a ratepayer responsibility. So that's another key part of the puzzle.
All right, Mr. Colgrave, that were my questions. So thank you for your assistance again. And I hope you feel better. I understand you're unwell.
Yeah, not feeling too good. Just exhaustion, I think. It's been a long year, but no, appreciate it. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're doing pretty well.
We're right on time.
I'm actually happy for you if you wish. Because I'm going to lunch. So we'll come back to it.
Okay, that's great.
We'll come back at 2.
Thank you.
Who's your first witness?
Is Greg there? Yep, I have Greg. No, he's not there. Right, here he comes. No. Oh, hi, Greg.
Hi. Sorry, I wasn't quite sure what was going on.
Oh, I was going to let you fight with Mr. Villanova who goes first, but I made the decision for you.
Good. Okay, what would you like me to do?
Just give me a minute, since I just find your evidence. I've been provided with a summary of your evidence just now, and I have read your evidence. We'll have some questions in relation to that, but if you can just start by just going through your summary of evidence with me, please. You can just read that. Either from paragraph 3 or wherever you feel comfortable.
Yep, I'll start at paragraph 3. So just summary of my evidence in chief. So I've prepared a statement of evidence on behalf of Rolleston Industrial Developments Limited, dated the 4th of November. My evidence in chief highlights a number of the limitations in the assessments that underpin the housing capacity assessment, assumptions that underpin the housing capacity assessments, and growth scenarios prepared for Selwyn District under the NPSUD. Those demand and supply estimates have been relied upon to assess the merits of the Plan Change 69 application. Demand and supply are captured and modelled in the Selwyn Capacity for Growth model, which models 5 alternative growth futures based on Statistics New Zealand's and our space projections. Recent growth has exceeded the high growth future relied upon by STC by more than 45% over the last 4 years. The model projected total growth of 3,720, whereas 5,400 net new dwellings eventuated. Growth is driven by younger families moving out from Christchurch to more affordable locations, such as Lincoln, that are within commuting distance to Christchurch. By underplaying a higher than modelled growth future means council runs the risk of not providing sufficient capacity to cater for growth, driving up prices up further and damaging Selwyn's district's growth future. Excuse me. This is particularly the case where the demand and supply balance is tight, as it is in Lincoln, in the short to medium term. In my evidence, I highlighted 7 issues with the capacity information used in the SGM, as summarised as follows. So the inclusion of non-urban capacity and an urban measure of capacity, particularly by including Darfield and Leeston. This overstates urban capacity by 936 in the short term and over 2,650 in the medium to long term. The inclusion of all setbacks as part of capacity. Some inclusion of reserves such as Stonebrook Water Racer have been included in capacity. Inclusion of parcels with access issues such as rear development sites. Inclusion of developed sites as capacity. Inclusion of non-residential parcels, e.g. some daycares and preschool sites. And finally, development density assumptions causing a mismatch between model density and the operative district plan. For example, 2 sites subject to Plan Change 73 in Rolleston are modelled as 316 dwelling capacity, but the operative district plan limits us to 148 sites. So in summary, I've identified a number of issues with both the capacity estimates relied on and the demand projections that drive consumption of capacity. The net effect of these issues is a reduction in the sufficiency of capacity to meet demand in the short to medium term. If the issues identified in terms of capacity estimates across parcels where no capacity exists are manifest across the entire model, then it may be overstating Selwyn's ability to cater for growth to a significant degree. Given this uncertainty, even relying on council's own estimates, council should be engaging with additional capacity opportunities as they come before them, especially in light of demand projections understating growth in the short to medium term. While the existing model has highlighted a very small surplus in the medium term, I note that the majority of additional capacity provided in the medium term is outside of the urban area, provided at Darfield and Leeston. Removing this produces a significant deficit in terms of urban demand, and a shortfall in the medium to long term. Slight changes in estimates of capacity or in demand projections will lead to Selwyn not being able to ensure sufficient supply in the medium term. This is significant as the medium term begins in 3 years and the RMA processes to bring additional capacity online to meet any identified shortfall, followed by the development time to translate capacity into dwellings, means the process needs to begin now. And just briefly turning to the evidence of Mr. Marcus Langman. Mr. Langman's position is that any out-of-sequence proposal to bring new residential land to market cannot happen prior to the full Greater Christchurch 2050 strategic framework being completed. By his own estimates, the spatial planning work will take 2 years to complete and the full review of the CRPS scheduled for notification in 2024. However, over the next 2 years, Selwyn is expected to practically run out of residential capacity. This will result in significant price increases and works directly against the requirements of that central government laid out in the NPSUD. It is not the case that demand stops and waits for councils to review policies and strategies. As outlined in my evidence in chief from paras 18 to 33, there is significant danger that the growth projections relied upon understate likely future growth and that capacity in Lincoln will be zero well within 10 years. In addition, the sufficiency assessment and the housing capacity assessment assumed that all identified capacity was available for residential growth. In my evidence in chief, I've pointed out a number of issues in the capacity assessment, meaning that any identified deficits will occur sooner than modelled. And finally, I note that Mr. Langman has included the FUDA in his assessment of sufficiency. This is in conflict with the NPSUD, which requires capacity to be plan-enabled before it can be considered. My understanding is the FUDA land is not plan-enabled and therefore not part of the capacity assessment. So additional capacity provided by Plan Change 69 will help offset the limited existing residential capacity in the face of uncertainty in estimates of both demand and supply. As per my evidence, I believe that Plan Change 69 represents a sustainable way to manage residential land resource in and around Lincoln and across Selwyn District as a whole. Happy to answer any questions.
Just some general questions first. In paragraph 25, and it's a matter you've addressed again in your summary, you've raised issues in relation to the model and with the recent growth, far exceeding model growth under the scenarios developed to fill that model. Is that, or is that sort of, are they having the same sort of issue in other areas, or is it purely at Selwyn?
In most other areas, and other areas that I've been involved with, we're working in Auckland, Hamilton, Queenstown, and a few other places. Most of the demand projections encapsulate recent history. It's unusual for growth to be so far in excess of what has been modelled. There is usually one range within the scenarios that are modelled that captures what's actually going on. If you don't do that, then it's very difficult to identify policies that are going to meet what actually goes on the ground. You'll end up identifying policy response that might meet what is within your model, but if reality is significantly outside that, well, then you're undershooting.
So it's not, the issues you've identified are not in terms of that underestimating growth. It's not peculiar to Selwyn, they're more noticeable in Selwyn.
Selwyn is a very high growth area, it's true, but Queenstown is growing probably faster. And we don't have the issue in Queenstown where growth is outside of the bounds of the projection series that is being relied on in preparing the HBAs under the NPS. So it may be specific, I can't say it's entirely specific to Selwyn, but it would be unusual to have it in many places.
Given the nature of growth in Selwyn, particularly in terms of domestic migration, is that particularly difficult to model for? So the internal migration, I can understand with external migration, you can look at that perhaps a little bit more readily in terms of internal migration.
It is trickier to model. You rely on recent history. You rely on any survey work that's been carried out that might help you identify what's driving the internal migration growth. And I know in some locations there have been specific surveys that have carried out that have looked to try and work through that. I mean, it is trickier, but it's by no means impossible to model.
In terms of your discussions in paragraph 27 in relation to the FUDAs, and that they should, in essence, be incorporated into the available or feasible capacity, or in fact, it's not plan enabled, etc. I mean, as an economist, do you look at those sorts of issues in a with a sort of a real world view as well? So you look at that and think, well, that land has been identified as appropriate for future growth. It's been enabled to a degree, subject to compliance with particular policies. Would you sort of give any more weight to that, if you like, in terms of your overall assessment of
yeah, I mean, certainly it's more suitable than land that's a long way away and has no standing in the various strategy documents. I mean, I also note that in terms of the long-term capacity, that Fuda land is able to be included, but certainly not in the short to medium term. Under the MPS policies. I mean, my view is that this land will take time to bring to market, and that that certainly, it tends to offset its availability to a certain extent, but it's definitely more available than land that has no status in any of the strategic documents. I mean, we would certainly take it into account in terms of the longer term. I think the issue here is, though, that the capacity constraint is such that the issues arise inside the short to medium term, and I'm not sure that the Fuda land helps in terms of meeting that shortfall.
Okay, and have you taken into account the recent resource consent under the COVID fast track system for Farringdon? 962 consented in Rolleston?
No, sorry, I was not aware of that. 962.
Yes, that's in Rolleston. No, sorry, I think it might be 90, I can't recall the exact number. It's there or thereabouts.
Okay, so that would add, well, on average over the last 5 years, there's been around 1,300 new dwellings a year. So that's less than a year's additional capacity. So that might push out my estimates from, I think I came down to 2.75 out to maybe 3.5 years of capacity, which is still well in, so it's only just over the short term.
Just in terms of paragraph 26, and you've referred to the formative memo, July 2021. You summarised that there. Can you just take me through that by reference to the appendix itself and just identify the particular aspects of that?
Sure. Bring that.
You got that there?
Yes, I have. So in figure 4, on, I think it's on the final page of the formative report, we have uptake of 1,978, which is in the uptake column, urban areas 1978, between December 2019 and April 2021. So this compares between 1150 and 1550 of the range if you take it from the growth model assumptions, which is the range provided in, sorry, that drives the different scenarios that have been modelled within the Selwyn growth model. So it's effectively showing the difference between what's actually occurred within that time frame, as outlined in the formative memo, 1978, versus if you relied on the range of scenarios that are modelled in the growth model, that would give an estimate over that same time period of between 1,140 and 1,530. Depending on which scenario, growth scenario, you were relying on from the growth model.
Okay, so that figure 4, does it reinforce your concerns in relation to the growth model?
Yes, so yes, that's exactly right. So figure 4 highlights the degree to which the growth model is undershooting what's actually happening on the ground in Selwyn.
Are there any other matters in that appendix that you'd like to draw to my attention specifically?
I guess one of the key points that I make in my evidence is the inclusion of Darfield and Leeston sort of above the urban areas line. And I don't believe that that should be the case. I think it should be below the urban areas line. So the urban area totals that are contained in figure 4 and figure 5 of that memo, I think should be the total less what is included for Darfield and Leeston. I think that's probably the other main point out of that memo.
Yeah, well, let's just talk about that a little bit, so I can understand, and I've obviously read your evidence and what you say about it there, but talking to Mr. Jones this morning, we talked about the fact that if people can't get a property in Lincoln, for example, then they'll look at like Leeston and Springfield were the areas he identified. So is that not still relevant to
the fact that they look for those in those locations, I think, is more evidence that there is insufficient capacity being provided currently in areas that are would be considered far more part of the greater Christchurch urban area than either Leeston or Darfield. I mean, people might, I guess, cross shop between those locations if the options are very limited. But in terms of providing for a sustainable urban environment, it's highly compromised by ensuring that your capacity is in Darfield and Leeston, rather than Rolleston, Lincoln, and those more urban edge, villages.
So would you accept that they go some way to meeting demand if that's what people are doing, that type of shopping?
In the absence of capacity that is available closer to the urban centre, then yes, they do meet a portion of demand. But I'm not sure that if we're talking about providing urban capacity to meet urban demand growth, I'm not sure that we should be considering Darfield and Leeston as part of that equation.
So Mr. Beard spent some time talking about that and giving examples in other jurisdictions or in other cities in relation to what I think it was Auckland in particular. He was identifying the areas there that were greater than 40 kilometres from, if you like, the central Auckland, but they were still being included in the capacity assessment.
Yeah, well, Auckland is a multinodal, order of magnitude larger city than Christchurch, and people may be choosing to commute from further afield if they work in, say, Papakura or Manukau city centre if it's in the south, or if they work in Albany or Takapuna and in employment places in the north if they're coming in from the north. I don't think that means that those more distant villages should be considered as part of of providing urban capacity in an Auckland context.
So that's what you address in your 39, when you talk about the, it's important that we discuss capacity to meet urban growth demands that require the NPSUD, that is the capacity for that.
Yes.
Legal portion.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, I understand that in terms of the MPs and the UD, but in terms of the people being able to acquire a home and section. From that perspective, I guess it's, if you're looking at it on the ability of people to actually get a home, then is it not quite so important they have to drive another 10 or 15 k's down the road to get it?
I mean, it's a less sustainable way of providing capacity, sure. But you'd probably be wise to understand what's making them choose Leeston and Darfield, if that is the case. And I don't know, but I would warrant that lack of choice closer into the city is probably high on their list. Some people obviously will choose it for other reasons, but the majority, there will be a strong element of that lack of choice at or appropriate product in appropriate locations closer in.
At an appropriate price.
At the appropriate price, of course, yes. I mean, I think the other point I'd like to make with respect to that is that, Greater Christchurch have defined their urban extent. They've been through a process of trying to understand how their urban economy works, and they have established an extent to which they believe operates as an urban economy. That doesn't go as far as Darfield and Leeston.
Okay. Well, that probably leads into one of the bigger issues, if you like, in terms of that. You've just said that the Greater Christchurch has been through this process, have identified where it is and where growth should be, and those sorts of things. And this growth, obviously, is not identified as one of those greenfield priority areas. So, and the evidence from the council and submissions that I've heard previously raised the concern in relation to essentially undermining of that, that process, by where they've gone through the process. They've identified intensification, particularly in Christchurch City, as an appropriate method for addressing capacity and growth, and the processes such as this undermine that to a degree. So what's your comment on that aspect?
Of course, Christchurch City and their partners need to go through that process. The very fact that you've got people choosing to live in Leeston and Darfield because they can't find appropriately priced and located places closer in implies that the the intensification processes or the identification of land is too slow, is occurring too slowly. It's not keeping up with growth. And part of the reason that it's not keeping up with growth is that they might have understated growth in terms of their modelling. I think those processes are important and they need to be followed. But I think, as I said in my summary statement, that growth is not waiting for that to occur. Those shortages are manifest now. They're causing price rise and they're causing housing affordability issues today. And so these things need to happen alongside each other. You need to be able to identify and consider carefully new pieces of capacity that come to market, and the NPS makes that explicit. And sure, it says you can't do that in a manner that undermines some of the other higher order documents, but I haven't seen anything to say that this will undermine that. This particular capacity will appeal to a certain segment of the market. That segment of the market may not be catered for by far more intensive forms of accommodation that may be able to be provided within Christchurch itself. And certainly, you have to have a range of options for people. But I'm not convinced that some of the more intensive products that will be on offer will be at a price that will meet young family needs, within Christchurch.
From an economic perspective, do you have concerns about strategic processes that basically try to direct growth into particular areas, or?
Do I have concerns about it?
From an economic perspective, I mean, do you see it as does that have economic benefits and economic costs? I suppose that sort of approach.
Yes, I mean, there are benefits, assuming that the homework is done and that the costs and benefits of directing growth into particular areas have been well canvassed and well founded and established, then directing growth into certain locations in order to make the most of infrastructure investment and so on, it can be appropriate. However, economists over centuries have said that the free actions of the market collectively will result in a more beneficial outcome overall, and councils might move against that to a certain extent at their peril if they haven't done a lot of that groundwork. My concern in this instance is that they haven't moved fast enough to date. Prices are increasing rapidly. People are choosing locations that are significant distances from Christchurch to live because the opportunities for them are not within intensive locations within Christchurch or within the more proximate surrounding towns and villages. To me, that says that if council are trying to direct population into certain locations, that it's not working especially well.
And do you consider that those processes, I guess, again, on an economic basis, those processes are less nimble, if you like, because of their very nature?
They are less nimble.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a feel really of the, and whether you can assist me, and I know you can't give me precise figures, but I'm just trying to get an understanding of what the issues that you've identified in terms of matters such as reserves being modelled, preschools being included in modelling. Issues, those sorts of things. You know, what are we talking about in terms of the actual? I mean, how big an issue could that be?
Well, yeah. Just in those, 6 of those 7 points that I raised in my evidence, total around 244. I mean, the first point of Deaston and Darfield and Leaston is about 2,600, but the other points 2 to 7 add up to, I think, around 244, 245 dwellings. To be honest, I do not know the extent to which the balance of the district has been ground truthed. It worries me that 244 parcels were identified relatively easily by planners who went, on behalf of Carter Group, went through and carried out that work in those locations. But it's really incumbent on council to do a reasonably thorough job in ground truthing what the estimates are. And that does take time. So I'm sorry, I can't help you in terms of the quantum. But even the 244 in the context of Selwyn's relatively low levels of capacity is a reasonable percentage.
Right, so you describe those implications as potentially significant overstatement of capacity.
Yes.
And then you go on to say that because of the rapid consumption of capacity, which is illustrated by various figures, that you describe as a precautionary approach needs to be taken.
So, I mean, just looking at table figure 4 of the formative memo, they've identified 4,578 capacity within Selwyn. If you exclude Darfield and Leaston from that, because I don't believe that's capacity, well, then the 244 that I've identified is about 7% of the capacity that they've identified. So it's not insignificant in and of itself, and it wouldn't take, I don't think it would take much more digging to get that up and around 10% or more, and that, then it becomes it's starting to become a real issue.
not sure whether you've been listening in, but we've had discussions in relation to the bill that's before Parliament at the moment in terms of the intensification.
Sure.
Yeah. And whether it's something I can even consider, I haven't full view on it, and whether it's something that, and again with the issues of weight as well, but yeah, interested in your views on what impact that may have in particular.
Well, we Market Economics have actually submitted on that bill. My colleague, Dr. Douglas Fairgrave, submitted on behalf of us and also on behalf of the RMLA. Our view is really that it's poorly founded in terms of a policy. My concern, well, there's lots of concerns to do with urban form and function. From a provision of capacity to meet the needs of growth population, I think it has limited appeal because the costs involved in building anything over 1 story start to make those houses uneconomic for a lot of first-time buyers and young families and those sorts of people that are potentially looking to choose these sections that we're talking about in Lincoln. I'm not. Short answer is I'm not convinced that it's actually going to achieve what they wanted to achieve. I think there are other mechanisms that will help address issues of housing affordability that are not captured in that bill.
I spoke to Mr. Frogger about this, and I think his view was in terms of its application and Selwyn in particular, it's he identified the issues with reasonably new housing stock, reasonably new subdivisions, and those sorts of matters. So the intensification might not be as as directly applicable, basically.
Yeah. Sure, and Selwyn, I totally agree. I would have thought that the aim of that intensification is more within, the city of Christchurch itself, providing capacity within the city to meet the wider urban demand. But I fully agree. New housing stock is really not right for that kind of different, that sort of intensification.
I understood one of the ideas underpinning it in terms of the selecting 3 stories was because that was where it was above 3 stories that the cost really kicked in terms of needing lifts and what have you. But you're saying that
that
3 stories.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think if you talk to the developers, potentially developers in the room, they'll tell you that as soon as you get over ground floor, then your cost per square metre starts going up quite high. And of course, you're right. As soon as you start needing to add, lifts and so on, then it really does go high. But providing 100 square metres on a single level versus 100 square metres on 2 stories, the cost per square metre is significantly higher when you go up.
Anyway, I'm not sure whether I'll be able to take that into account, but it's an interesting.
Yeah, for sure.
Would you like to answer that question? We had this discussion at lunchtime. Your relatives and the costs are going up.
So if you build 2 stories, opposed to 1, your square metre rate goes up by 20 to 30%. And if you build 3 stories opposed to 2 stories, your square metre rate over the whole building goes up again by 20 to 30%.
So 2 stories is 20.
20 to 30% higher than 1 story square metre rate. And then go from 2 to 3, it's another 20 to 30% increase per square metre. And that's just because your structure gets so much more complicated.
Yeah. Yeah.
One of the other issues I've spoken to other witnesses about, you may have heard, and I may have even talked to you about it previously, but in terms of the impact that rezoning land of itself has on competitive markets, or the nature of, the sort of whether that in itself. So just a rezoning, that in terms of whether that has a chilling effect on property prices and increases. Do you have a view on that? I can't recall we spoke about it before.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether we did. You might have. I'm not sure, and I haven't been listening earlier, and I tuned in at 1:30. Yeah, the anticipation that new demand comes to market, new capacity will be coming to market, means that it will have pretty much an immediate chilling effect on house prices, because if the market can see that if they hold off, that more options will become available and more choice will be available, then that has a chilling effect on prices.
And I'll ask you this as well. In terms of that issue, I was, I've been interested in obviously in the bill too, and looked at some of the submissions, and I'm looking at the Auckland City Council one, and them identifying basically that in the AUP there is considerable plan enabled.
Yes.
And feasible capacity there, but the prices are still skyrocketing essentially.
Yes. So that might, the cynic in me says that it's not a land issue. And in the Auckland instance, zoning, everything is available for residential between here and Hamilton is probably not have any effect on house prices in Auckland in the slightest. There's lots of structural issues within the construction sector in terms of the ability to source materials appropriately, the time it takes to step through the planning process, the ability to source labour. I think all of those things are having a really significant effect on house prices, let alone the fact that capital gains are tax-free effectively, up until at least recently, the best thing you could do with your money is pretty much buy a second home. All of those things have a great deal of effect on house prices, and they're all unrelated to land. I'd also note that the work that underpinned the latest pronouncements on 3 stories on sections was carried out in isolation of any of the additional capacity that's provided by things like the NPSUD, and unitary plan and so on. So they identified it separately from any of those other sources of additional capacity, which really kind of really undermines, I think, the position that they're trying to take with it.
Finally, just your paragraph 95, you say it's clear the additional residential capacity enabled by the proposed plan change will help facilitate a variety of dwelling typologies and dwelling options really adjacent to the Lincoln Township. So, I mean, why do you say that, given that it's at least it's to a degree, and not no disrespect, but a replication of the the zoning that's in that sort of area.
Yeah, I think it's really in reference and in response to the alternative being intensification within Christchurch City itself, rather than necessarily a difference to what's currently at Lincoln. I mean, if the alternatives are more intensification in and around Christchurch to provide this capacity versus providing for some greenfield on the edge of Lincoln, then you really you need a bit of both, because you need to offer a range of product that will appeal to different sections of the market. What we know, because people are going much further afield to obtain the types of product that will be on offer here, we know that they're in short supply. And so really it's about saying, well, households are probably not going to choose between this and an intensive form of accommodation in Christchurch. They will probably choose to be further away. And this, to my mind, this seems to be a far more efficient way of providing for at least a part of the market, in close proximity to, in closer proximity to Christchurch.
All right, thank you very much for that. Thank you for your assistance.
Thank you.
Maybe Mike?
Yes, I am.
Right.
Just give me a minute, Mr. Copeland, I'll just get organised. Welcome, Mr. Copeland. I have, again, I've read your evidence, and I've been handed the summary of your evidence dated today. So if you could take me through the summary. We will have some questions.
Sure. Beginning at para 3 of that summary, over the period 2001 to 2021, the Selwyn District's population has grown 5 times faster than New Zealand as a whole, more than 9 times faster than Christchurch City, and more than twice as fast as for the Waimakariri District. Projections for future population growth out to 2048 are for the Selwyn District's population to grow at an average rate of 2.0% per annum, as compared to 0.7% for New Zealand as a whole, 0.6% per annum for Christchurch City, and 0.8% per annum for the Waimakariri District. The Selwyn District has also had comparably high rates of growth in employment and gross domestic product. The residential development enabled by the proposed plan change will bring expenditure, incomes and employment opportunities for local businesses and residents within the Selwyn District, and also Christchurch City businesses and residents. To the extent that the rezoning generates additional local employment opportunities for Selwyn District residents during the construction phase, and subsequently as a result of greater population in the district, it will reduce their reliance on employment opportunities elsewhere in Greater Christchurch, and therefore potentially reduce their commuting transport costs. Plan Change 69 will bring economic benefits from encouraging greater choice and competition in residential land supply markets. The National Policy Statement on Urban Development places considerable emphasis on encouraging greater competition and overcoming imperfections in residential and other land development markets to help arrest declining housing affordability trends throughout New Zealand, especially those areas experiencing high rates of urban growth. The plan change will not give rise to economic externality costs. The additional housing development capacity that will be enabled by proposed Plan Change 69 will be significant, whether considered in the context of Lincoln or at a wider Selwyn District level. The proposed development of up to 2,000 dwellings represents up to around 8% of the 25,070 existing dwellings in the district, and up to around 69% of the existing dwellings in Lincoln. The plan change is consistent with the economic well-being of people and communities and the efficient development and use of resources. I'm happy to answer any questions concerning my evidence.
Have you listened in at all to the questions, to the discussions I've been having with Mr. Colgrave and
most of, yeah, I left a little towards the midpoint perhaps of Mr. Colgrave's.
No, it wasn't compulsory, but I'm just wondering if there was anything that arose from the discussions I had there that you thought that you might like to comment on. Was there anything that was?
Well, in general, no, because I have generally disqualified myself from being a modeller, and they both those gentlemen cover those things. I don't have a model, and I'm too old to build one. I am interested in the talk about 3-story dwellings next to me, shading me out or whatever. The only point I'd make in relation to that is, to me, it is yet another example of the government and the opposition, for that matter. It's a reflection of their concerns about non-affordability of housing, and in a sense that's as is the release of the NPPS UD, and the thrust of certainly part of my evidence.
So they're really mainly just questions of clarification. Now, with your evidence and a couple of matters I'll have a chat to you about, as I have with some of the others. But so going through your evidence, your primary evidence, it's just unclear when you talk about the increasing competition in the market for residential land in Lincoln, Selwyn and Greater Christchurch, as well as providing greater choice. Is that greater choice, is that on the, on a sub-regional basis, if you like, in terms of Greater Christchurch, or are you considering Lincoln itself there?
I think across across Greater Christchurch, but some people would be attracted only to Lincoln, whereas others may compare different parts of Greater Christchurch when making their housing choice. And then the choice is also related to just having a choice of provider.
In terms of the choice of provider issue which you identified there, and I have discussed it before, given the scale of this plan change in terms of Lincoln itself, 69% increase and 2,000 dwellings. Now, in terms of competition, does that create, or do you consider that has the potential of creating any issues from competition, or does that put this developer essentially in the box seat for determining what happens in terms of sections being released in Lincoln?
Well, I think I've said in my evidence, and you perhaps should ask the applicant directly on this, but my understanding is that they would release this, that they wouldn't put 2,000 sections on the market in the first year, that they'd release it over a sort of approximately a 10-year period. And in terms of competition, there's nothing to, well, it would be unfortunate if as a result of zoning regulations, no one else was prevented from entering the market. So long as there are other potential new entrants, then essentially the applicant would be kept honest, if you like, in terms of their pricing. But to say, well, let's not let them do it because we want everyone else to have a fair go. Basically, we're suggesting we sit on our hands for a while, don't we? Because we've got to start the ball rolling somehow. And perhaps I'll just add to that, as I said earlier, at all points, to some extent, the applicant would be competing with people with alternative options elsewhere within Greater Christchurch. And even though, I tuned in earlier when you had the real estate agents on, and there was this, if you like, a discrete market segment for someone who wants a standalone house in a rural setting and so forth. But even so, a person looking at that will also, to some degree, look at what's the price of a more intensively developed central Christchurch dwelling, for example. So even if the applicant was the only supplier of houses at Lincoln, they wouldn't be unconstrained.
Because it's potentially a wider market.
Yes, to some degree. Albeit there'll be some segments which particularly want Lincoln and maybe wouldn't consider elsewhere. And certainly within Selwyn, I'm sure the applicant would agree, they would feel competitive pressure of those who wanted a little bit Rolleston rather than Lincoln.
Okay. The justification for land use controls, which we addressed in paragraph 31, the market-based outcome, does that, in your view, is that approach to economic efficiency, leaving it to the entrepreneurs and firms consumers, etc. Is that reflected in the NPS from your reading of it? Because they talk about competitive market.
Well, yes, I think what I'm trying to say here, and what I get, two different people seem to be able to read the NPS and get different views. But when I read it as an economist, and what I've tried to write here is that it's just highlighting the benefit of letting the market work, unless there is some external cost that one should have to take regard to. And I say here in my evidence, I accept that the market's not perfect. There will be external costs from time to time. And for example, if entrepreneurs and consumer the purchase of these sections were in some way being cross-subsidized by other ratepayers because infrastructure is not being appropriately charged for, then I regard that as an imperfection of the market. And in that instance, I wouldn't say that let's just leave it to the market. So I do think it's worth checking to make sure there aren't imperfections.
In terms of intangibles, we've talked about that before, but in paragraph 30, you say that the social benefits from increased housing affordability, you put that as an intangible benefit.
Yes, I wouldn't like to guesstimate to what extent your approval of this plan change application will slow down the increase in house prices, because as you've already identified earlier this morning, there are a number of contributors to it. So it's unmeasured, put it that way.
In terms of the externalities, these are the ones you identify in paragraph 33 in particular, in terms of the environmental effects and the pollution and those sorts of things. Okay, so you're saying there that if infrastructure is not provided on a strict user pay system, then that can be relevant, that would be a relevant externality from an economic context. So road transport congestion safety effects, are they in that same category, are they?
And yes, they are, because essentially they're generally not priced correctly.
But those externalities are listed there in terms of infrastructure, road transport, safety effects, they are externalities that you would take into account from an economic context.
Yes, and I have a section in my evidence which addresses both of those.
Okay, and 34, and again, it's talking about intervention of the market, etc. again. Right, so you say that you give an example of limiting where residential development may occur is not costless and it prevents optimum resource allocation from the perspective of the market. So that's the cost. What about the economic benefits of that approach? If there are, what are they in your view?
Well, what I'm saying there is there are benefits in letting the market decide. So if on the grounds of, for example, an externality, infrastructure cross-subsidisation cost, if you like. You shouldn't just look at that cost. You should, if you're going to intervene and stop this plan change because of that externality cost, then you should also have regard to the fact that you've played around with the market and had well, arguably, you've led to higher prices than otherwise would be the case for residential sections. So sorry to do the hospital pass, but in your exercise of having to balance the costs and the benefits, I'm just alerting you to a cost, if you like, of intervening to prevent a market determined outcome. And I mean, and this, to me, this is what central government is grappling with. It seems to me, with its NPS on urban development and with its no resource consents for 3-story buildings or whatever, however it's going to play out. I mean, it's realizing there's a problem, and so it's trying to relax constraints on the market, or this is still central government trying to force on local government to do this, albeit at the same time it puts out a national policy statement on protecting productive soils and so forth. So, there will need to be a balancing exercise. But what I'm just trying to underline is not just economists who believe in free market forces, but even our central government is trying its best and is concerned about rising house prices. And one of the causes of that it's been obviously suggested, and they're convinced, constraints on allowing land to be rezoned.
All right, so if we look at, I won't go through, you may have heard the discussions I had in terms of the Auckland AUP and the land that's zoned in that plan for residential development, or feasible for 650,000, but the prices have still just continued to skyrocket. I don't know if you heard the discussions I had on that issue, particularly the it's just one of the things that I keep considering is because in simple terms, it's not until those sections are on the market that from a layperson's perspective, that's when the rubber hits the road, if you like. A number of witnesses have identified that just the zoning of the land itself to a degree can have that chilling effect almost at the point of zoning.
Well, certainly, until the section's zoned, fine. But two things, I don't think anyone would suggest that just rezoning more land by itself will make house section prices fall, or it should contribute to them rising less quickly than they otherwise would, all other things being equal. So I think I should leave it there. Oh, sorry. Well, the second point is, I think we've had this discussion before, but one of the things economists talk about, not just competition, but also contestability, and contestability is potential competition. So even if land was zoned for residential development, but what wasn't necessarily brought to market by, say, 3 or 4 players in the market, the fact that it was zoned and there were 3 or 4 players, I think it has an impact on keeping the one person in the market who is providing sections. And perhaps not a good example used to be baked beans. We might have Heinz or Heinz Watties might have 95% of the baked bean market in New Zealand, but so long as Heinz could face competition from an importer of baked beans from Italy or Melbourne or whatever, clearly Watties isn't able to price without having regard to that potential competition. So what you want to avoid, I think, in the residential or other land markets is having land held by only one or two players who basically who land bank and bring it to market when they are ready, as opposed to when the market wants it. And having other people who are able to bring the land to market will keep them honest, even if they don't physically enter the market.
Right, now in terms of the, sometimes it's difficult to think whether I've asked you the question or whether it's in previous discussion, but in terms of the issue that has been raised with by the Christchurch City Council and the CRC, of course, is that the possibility of this undermining to a degree the work that's been done in terms of, particularly in terms of intensification in Christchurch City itself. And whether that is a possibility or likely, I obviously haven't decided. But yeah, and I'm not sure whether you've read the evidence that's been provided on their behalf. Did you ever?
Yes, I have. I've read the two submissions. One from Canterbury City Council, Christchurch City Council, and secondly, Environment Canterbury submissions, and then there was a Mr. Langman's evidence. Yes. There's no doubt that if you said no residential single section development in Selwyn and Waimakariri, I expect there would be greater intensification within Christchurch City because land prices within Christchurch City would go up, and people that we would expect, persons who had a bit of spare land down the end of the garden, which they didn't, and they quite enjoyed, but when they looked at the price going up, they think, yes, we will flip that and put up with another house in close proximity or whatever. So yes, that would be one way if that was your sole goal. But then if you read the national policy statement on providing choice and so forth, it seems to run counter to that if we went to that extreme. And then the cost of such a policy would be higher land prices in Greater Christchurch, and I would say less satisfied customers, because if they weren't so constrained, presumably they would have sought sections out in Selwyn as they're currently doing. And then from a Selwyn District Council point of view, they will have less growth, less critical mass. And one might even argue perhaps less economic public transport links with Christchurch City because they don't have the critical mass. And then, well, as I've said in my evidence, Selwyn District itself potentially has had and potentially in the future will have significant increase in employment opportunities. And I haven't done an equation which says I know there's a large commuter flow. The net flow would be into Christchurch City at the present time, and probably will be for the foreseeable future. But there's no doubt that over time is balancing out because employment growth has been faster than population growth and so on. And there are various plan changes seeking opportunities for increased industrial development within Selwyn.
Okay, so the employment growth is faster than population growth, you said.
Yeah, let me just check. I've said that. Certainly employment growth within Selwyn is faster than employment growth within Christchurch. Sorry, my mistake, you're right to pick me up. Employment growth since 2001, and sorry, population growth since 2001 in Selwyn's been 160%, and employment growth has been 117%, so over that period. But employment growth in Selwyn has been 117% versus 42.3% for Christchurch City.
I guess just a couple of clarification issues really. In terms of GDP, version 41, GDP in Selwyn. Does that capture, well, it must capture, I suppose, somewhere, the university, Lincoln University? What would that be captured in?
That would usually be under education. But for the Selwyn district as a whole, I mean, if you took just Lincoln, you'd find education would be way up there. But the Selwyn, but also the professional, scientific, and technical services of this. And again, sorry, I'm talking a wee bit off the top of my head here, but as I understand it, you've got some of the Crown-owned entities are sort of attached to Lincoln University, and they would certainly have that they would be classified as professional, scientific, and technical services. But there is another classification which is educational services, which covers universities and schools. But that doesn't feature in the top few for the district as a whole. I mean, the other strange thing about the Selwyn District Council, which doesn't come up elsewhere, is that category public administration and safety. And you think, why do they have so many police officers? I think that's because they've got the Burnham Army camp in there.
Just, yeah, in terms of the lost agricultural production, you've addressed this in 62, and we've talked about it before in other context, but here it's my understanding, and someone will correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that the land is, or the bulk of it is currently used as a, productive dairy farm. So, in your discussions about you said it's not an external cost of using the site for residential development, the productive value of the land and alternative uses has been internalised, etc. So So whether land's being used in a productive manner. I mean, are you simply saying well, the choice has been made, and it appears that the election's been made that the most economically efficient or the best use of this land is residential rather than remaining productive?
Correct. I mean, the applicant has or will have to purchase this land at a price which will reflect its future net earnings. And therefore, it's decided to purchase this land and seek this plan change because it determines selling these sections to people who value those sections at particular levels will be greater than the present value of the returns from any alternative use, including dairy farming use. So no one else in the community is having to bear the loss of future profits from dairy farming. I mean, the person who's selling it, they have looked at the price the applicant's offered, and they presumably, if the deal's done or has been done, are assessing that the price they're receiving is as great, if not greater than, the foregone future profits that they would have earned in alternative uses such as dairy farming.
Oh, Mr. Copeland, thank you for that.
No problem.
Just hold on time.
No. Right, take a break. Thank you. Mr. Farrell?
Yes, he's just arrived. Let's do some, so then we'll be finished. No, actually, we stopped holding anyway.
Okay, so what?
So tomorrow, order for tomorrow, I have actually emailed an updated one to Jocelyn, but just so that you know, so it'll be Dave Smith, who's traffic modelling, and then Nick Fuller, and then Kestra McClusker on versatile soils, then Tim McLeod, Ewan O'Neill, the Toyota experts, etc. And then urban design, and then on Wednesday we'll have hydrology and ecology in it.
Okay, so no technical ecology tonight.
No, you might want to look at traffic plan. And versatile soils.
Okay. Sure. Again, I've read your evidence and I see the summary of your evidence there. Seems really comprehensive, which is helpful. So if you can just start perhaps reading that in paragraph 2.
Okay. So the National Policy Statement on Urban Development 2020, NPSUD, requires consideration of whether proposals support reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. Greenhouse gas emissions, or GHG emissions. When considering the GHG emissions of a proposed development or land change, it is appropriate to consider the life cycle emissions of the proposed development and the net change in emissions compared to the emissions arising from the current land use. In the context of GHG emissions arising from housing-related developments, I believe that GHG assessment should be based primarily on the basis of how the development's net life cycle emissions, which is an evaluation of emissions before and after the development compared to alternative development options, as opposed to whether the development in and of itself actually reduces GHG emissions. So looking at GHG emissions from the existing land use, a considerable level of emissions are already occurring on the land included within PC 69. A large portion of the site is an operational dairy farm. I visited the site on the 25th of October and I observed a large number of dairy cows present at the property. GHG emissions from farming operations include methane emissions from the livestock that's grazed on the land, manure and urine produced by these animals, and the use of fertiliser on the farm. But primarily the gas emitted on the farms is methane. Methane is a short-lived GHG and has a global warming potential GWP that is 28 to 36 times that of carbon dioxide over a 100-year time frame, but 84 times over a 20-year period. Its potency and impact on global warming was reflected at the recent COP26 climate change summit, and consequently a global pledge has been signed by 105 countries, including New Zealand, to reduce methane emissions 30% by 2030 compared to 2020 levels. Emissions from the current farming operation have been measured and assessed through Overseer, which is a software package used for farming operations and contains a GHG reporting module. And I consider that the Overseer model accurately represents the current emissions arising from the farm. I expect that if the plan change was not to go ahead, the land would most likely continue to be used for dairy farming. The Overseer has calculated the emissions resulting from the existing use of the land at 2,194 tonnes of CO2 equivalent per annum. That excludes any fossil fuels, electricity use, and energy associated with processing the milk collected from the farm, which I understand is processed by Synlait, which is still largely coal-powered. 2,194 tonnes of CO2e equivalent is the equivalent of 8.3 million vehicle kilometres travelled using the average emissions factor for the New Zealand vehicles published in 2020. As I mentioned, methane has a much greater impact per unit on global warming than the carbon dioxide emissions arising from construction operation of dwellings and travel. So I therefore consider that conversion of the PC 69 land from farming to residential developments supports a reduction in emissions. Future anticipated GHG emissions arising from the proposed plan change. Like any new residential development, GHG emissions will be emitted during the construction of infrastructure, construction of the dwellings or commercial buildings and their occupation. Emissions also arise from the travel-related activities of the residents. Infrastructure, the amount of infrastructure materials and therefore emissions required to develop the site is more a function of the hectares to be developed than it is the number of dwellings. So from an infrastructure emissions intensity perspective, that is the emissions per resident, there is a real benefit in increase in the density of housing in a development. And with PC 69 development having a minimum housing density of 12 houses per hectare, I consider its infrastructure will be relatively emissions efficient. Dwellings. Embodied carbon relates primarily to the energy that's used to create building materials. I note that embodied carbon is considerably more significant for apartment style housing due to the greater use of high emissions materials such as concrete and steel in its construction. Apartments are not anticipated to be built under the proposed plan change. Emissions are also a function of dwelling size. Energy-related emissions can be minimised by encouraging energy efficiency, and new homes offer the potential to be substantially more energy efficient than existing homes. There is growing awareness of the value of passive houses, which are primarily heated by the sun. PC 69 sites would be ideal for passive house construction due to the flat nature of the land and the relative lack of existing trees within the area. I expect that dwellings built in PC 69 sites would be relatively energy efficient compared to other developments, and consequently would have relatively low energy emissions per resident. Onto travel. It's extremely difficult to accurately model or predict the level of travel-related emissions arising from the residents of a development and how they may compare to an equivalent development. Depends on who chooses to move into the development, what their individual travel needs are, where they go to work, and what activities they undertake. The proposed site is located approximately as close to the centre of Lincoln as other greenfield land in the area. The ODP has good provision for active travel, both walking and cycling, and I expect that will result in a high degree of active mode travel to the local facilities, such as shops and schools. Lincoln's already relatively well serviced with amenities. I expect that as Lincoln further develops, a greater proportion of trips originating in the town will stay within the town. I also understand that a likely area for the future commercial development in Lincoln would be in the vicinity of the New World supermarket, which is relatively close to PC 69. I'd further anticipate that tenancies in the 3 commercial areas proposed within PC 69 will likely be self-selected, accounting for likely desirability and convenience to nearby residents. So, for example, tenancies such as daycare centre, cafe, convenience store, and maybe takeaways would be well utilised by residents of PC 69 and mitigate the need for travel further to other destinations. It's also likely, given the ODP design, that active modes of travel will be well used to access these facilities. I consider instances of working from home will increase substantially in the future, which will substantially reduce the frequency of commuting. I've looked at a summary of the current occupations of Lincoln residents, and I've made some further commentary in regards to working from home later in the summary. When it comes to those residents that will commute, in all likelihood, the majority of commuting trips, probably in the next 10 years, that occur between Lincoln and Christchurch and Lincoln and Rolleston, will be undertaken in passenger vehicles. In the future, however, I expect that a significant proportion of any commuter trips undertaken in passenger vehicles will be in electric vehicles. I also expect that public transport options between Lincoln and both places, Christchurch and Rolleston, will improve in response to the significantly greater concentration of residents in Lincoln that this plan change would enable. So just in response to the evidence of Marcus Langman in respect of GHG emissions, I've reviewed the evidence of Mr. Langman dated 11th November 2021, and I make the following points in response to paragraph 145 of his submission. So I've spoken to Mr. Jones Real Estate about the type of residents that are looking to move to Lincoln. Mr. Jones advised that 2 of the key groups are retirees and families looking to buy a second home. Retirees don't commute into Christchurch, and many of the families are anticipated to have a stay-at-home parent. So I do not agree with Mr. Langman's view that a far greater proportion of residents in the plan change area compared to existing Lincoln residents will be commuting. With the development of Lincoln into a largely self-sufficient township, retirees have access to most of what they need within Lincoln. Therefore, it can be expected that their level of travel, and therefore travel emissions, will be low. I've also considered the demographics of the existing residents of Lincoln to assess the likely prevalence of working from home. The following table is an extract from Mr. Colgrave's evidence. What the table shows us is that a relatively high percentage, 60% of currently employed Lincoln residents work as either managers, professionals, or clerical administrative workers. Those occupations are the most likely types of workers to be able to work from home compared to labourers, machinery operators, and technicians, trade workers who make up a relatively low proportion of employed Lincoln residents at 20%. I also reviewed the report of Dr. Dodge from Aberley Limited, which is referenced in Mr. Langman's evidence, which considers the likely uptake of electric vehicles in New Zealand. It's a very well considered analysis. However, I make the following points in respect of PC 69. The analysis considers EV uptake out to 2030 only. I consider this timeframe largely irrelevant in the context of greenhouse gas emissions of PC 69 for the following reasons. Emissions arising from residential development should be assessed on a life cycle basis, and a typical New Zealand residential home is considered to be 90 years. I expect most properties in PC 69 will be developed between 2024 2032, depending on the market environment. As such, it could be argued that the relevant time period to consider for vehicle-related emissions is 2024 to 2122. As Dr. Dodge's analysis only looks at EV uptake out to 2030, I consider the short time period to be largely relevant in this context. Dr. Dodge's analysis only looks at EV uptake at a total New Zealand level. I expect EV uptake will be considerably faster for those that have a regular commute and that live in new housing where EV charging has been allowed for. As such, I would expect to see a significant uptake of EVs in the PC 69 blocks by those residents that need to regularly commute. The government has recently released its emissions reduction plan consultation document, and that document has proposed a target for 30% of vehicles in the NZ fleet to be electric by 2035. But I expect that the percentage will be higher in PC 69. The proportion of travel undertaken in EVs will continue to increase beyond 2035, and the emissions efficiency of non-electric vehicles will improve also. So in conclusion, the proposed plan change supports greenhouse gas emissions reductions as it will result in a reduction in emissions from the existing dairy farm. These emissions are primarily methane, which have a substantially greater impact on global warming in the short term compared to carbon dioxide. The form of housing and related infrastructure envisaged to be developed on the site is relatively efficient from a GHG emissions perspective, particularly on an emissions per resident basis. Travel distances to key facilities are likely to be similar or less compared to alternative residential development sites within the Selwyn district. Commuting related emissions are expected to be similar compared to alternative residential development sites within the Selwyn district and much less than alternative greenfield locations such as Darfield and Leeston. Commuting emissions will reduce over time as people more regularly work from home and as electric vehicle travel becomes the predominant form of light vehicle travel in New Zealand. Commuting related emissions to both Christchurch and Rolleston could be further reduced by way of an improved bus network, which would likely be enabled through the plan change by way of a resultant larger population in Lincoln. I'm happy to answer any questions concerning these.
The overseer, which you've referenced in your evidence now. So how does that work? Is that just the inputs of the number of cattle?
Number of cattle and fertiliser that gets deployed on the farm. So I've done a sort of first principles check on that number. So just looking at the average, like the average dairy farm, the Selwyn District Council has a 3.7 cows per hectare. So if we were to take the 3.7 cows per hectare and factor it up for the amount of land, and then we can take emissions factors from the MFE, which just averages, you get pretty close to that same figure from overseas. So I was comfortable that it was pretty accurate.
You don't know what the herd size is?
No, I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, so just I'm clear on that. You're saying that you've done your calculations on what you're checking against overseer on the basis of 3.7 cows per hectare.
That's right.
You may not know, but operational dairy farms started incorporating any sort of methodologies here to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. There's been a lot of discussion about it.
Yeah, there's a lot of research going into methane inhibiting feed. Seaweed is one, red seaweed out of Australia, I think. There's some trials happening with that. There's different things in progress, but there's nothing like this that is has been robustly tested and proven on a large scale to work. I mean, there's instances of farmers operating in different ways and reducing emissions, but I don't think it's common practice or widespread at this stage.
Is that happening in Canterbury that you're aware of?
I know there's a future dairy farm that Lincoln University operates just out of Lincoln. I'm not sure whether they're testing the methane inhibiting there or not.
So it's not that sensitive, if you like, that you would need to actually know the herd size of
Well, I suppose there's the herd size might vary from year to year. So we looked at what's the average for the Selwyn district. So if you're running a dairy farm in Selwyn, what would you expect to have as a herd size? But yeah, the emissions are directly related to the number of animals.
So what is it about methane that makes it such an issue?
It's the short term, so it's a short-lived gas, so it doesn't hang around in the atmosphere for too long, but it's very potent while it does. So there's, as we look to this, trying to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels, and we're at something like 1.2 already. It's felt that in the next 10 to 15 years, we can have more impact by reducing our methane emissions more quickly than CO2, which essentially buys a bit more time to reduce the CO2 emissions. So hence this pledge that's been enacted that we've signed up to reduce methane emissions 30% in the next 10 years. Again, essentially it just buys a bit more time.
What's the biggest producer of CO2 emissions in Canterbury?
In Canterbury, it'll be CO2. It'll be vehicles.
Your something that's been helpful in terms of prompts. So let's go through some of these as it raised in your summary. So obviously you expressly state there excludes fossil fuels, electricity use, etc. Is that both on farm and off farm once it's collected?
Yeah, so there'll be some, there's electricity used to power the dairy sheds, that sort of thing. I don't expect that would be particularly significant. There'll be some fossil fuels in the vehicles used on the farm. Again, not particularly significant. And then I guess the bit about the milk processing is it's a function of the milk that's produced. I haven't done a calculation on that in terms of milk solid processing plant. It's a direct effect essentially of the dairy farming operation.
That relies on heat, does it, for that process? Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. So I mean, Synlait is doing some really good work now, looking at putting in some electrode boilers, which will reduce the reliance on coal, but at the time being still heavily coal dominated, as is most of the Fonterra plants as well.
Just of course, clarification really was for my own interest, but in terms of the agricultural soils emitting nitrous oxide due to the addition of nitrogen soils through manure, etc., is that released when the soils are cultivated? I mean, is it captured in the soil and then released when they're cultivated? Or is it
Not entirely sure exactly when it's released into the atmosphere. I think it's just over time after it's applied.
Okay, so you haven't gone into the operating cost of fossil fuels, particularly electricity car sheds, which is about 3.5. But would it be a correct assumption that the electricity and fossil fuels associated with the 2,000 household units will be considerably more than that?
In terms of the 2,000 tonnes from the city, yeah. So if you were to add up all the annual operational energy of the 2,000 houses, plus all the fuel that the people living in those houses use, yes, it's more likely to be more than 2,000. I suppose my argument is that those emissions are occurring somewhere else at the moment.
So what, do you have a sort of a ballpark as to what sort of the difference would be? Sort of, is it twice as much, 3 times as much?
We worked out that the housing, so the energy from the housing is roughly the same as the dairy side of things. But the transport is obviously is incremental on that. But those residents that are going to move there are already travelling around from somewhere else at the moment.
Sorry to continue, but it's something that may well be, but so overall, the operational and the transportation, would be fair to say that would be significantly more than the farm.
Yeah, it would be.
You commented on Mr. Legman's evidence, and that's pretty clear what your views are in relation to those particular methods. But obviously, one of the issues that's raised is that comparison of potentially residential intensification in Christchurch City and the Greenfield development. And I just can't recall if I might mark the new evidence to talk about, but yeah, and if I'm looking at appropriateness and alternatives and those sorts of things, do you have a comment on that? Sort of,
I think there's a couple of things, is that the type of people that want to live in a location like Lincoln are not necessarily the same people that want to live in intensified housing in Christchurch. So I think we're talking potentially about two different groups of people. I guess I was looking at the greenfield opportunities in Christchurch City. They're all roughly, by my calculations, 9 to 10 kilometres away from the centre of town. And in some cases, it's further to a supermarket, it's further to a school than what we have here in Lincoln. So the only thing that really is potentially different is that commuting distance. And we don't know whether people in Christchurch will be working. And I would sort of expect that people would tend to select a location to live. One of the things they've taken into account is where their work is. So I suspect that you end up with a skew of people that are living out in Lincoln and Rolleston that work on the southern side of Christchurch City. I mean, some are still going to work in the centre of town, sure, but I think it would naturally end up with a slightly less average commute distance than what you would, look at to the centre of town. So I think, from my point of view, it's the existing emissions occurring on the dairy farm that is the delta of that versus the additional commuting emissions that you would get from the residents living in Lincoln compared to if they lived somewhere else.
have you done that comparison?
Yeah, I've done a couple of scenarios. I haven't produced it, but I have looked at an equivalent. I've looked at a scenario, kind of Hallswell versus Lincoln, taking into account the dairy farm sort of gives you a head start, if you like, if you're looking at Lincoln. And I've also been looking at it out into the future. So as we expect the the average emissions per kilometre travelled to reduce as we electrify the fleet, you get to a point in time in the future where it's a lot less. It will very much depend on how quickly we get the full electric vehicle penetration, but I reckon by about 2040, 2045, the emissions per vehicle per kilometre are about half what they are today. So when I've said in there 2,000 tonnes is equivalent to I think it's 8.3 million kilometres. That 8.3 million kilometres doubles about 2040. So you're looking at 16 million kilometres as the equivalent of emissions from the dairy farm. So would the residents be travelling 16 million more kilometres by living in Lincoln than they would if they were living somewhere else? I would say, I don't think so.
Touched on this, but number 36, the perspective, putting into perspective, 2,194 tonnes of CO2 is equivalent to about the 8.3 million in the average annual electricity usage. Yeah. When you compare that to the 2,194 was, sorry, is each of those?
Yeah. So it's either 8.3 million vehicle kilometres or the average electricity, it's not both.
I just don't, I might be a bit slow without changing this, but the, I'm just trying to get the understanding of what, in terms of the equivalency. So you've got 2,194. Okay, that's either 8.3 million vehicle kilometres or the average annual electricity usage emissions from 2,500. Either of those would be the equivalent of the.
That's correct.
In a very basic, the CO2 equivalent is basically just you converting methane to the CO2 equivalent per population.
That's correct, yeah.
You talked about the climate change commission's advice to government in terms of methane emissions reducing. They talk there about land use change from agriculture, horticulture, forestry, reduction of car, zero numbers, ongoing improvements in emissions efficiency. Is there anything in those documents that does the sort of comparison that you're doing in terms of comparing a farm with residential? Is that one of the?
No.
Not identified as one of the ways of reducing.
I haven't seen that as a strategy.
What about the stormwater management areas that have been proposed on this land? Are they potentially methane produced? Natural wetlands can become that.
Well, there's a sort of growing peatlands, for instance, actually absorb quite a bit of CO2. So there is potential for that area to absorb CO2, particularly if there's some tree planting undertaken.
So potential for it to absorb rather than to produce methane. Now in terms of infrastructure, you talked about prior construction of houses, etc. You've identified there as 46.3. That there's limited scope to avoid the use of greenhouse gas producing construction materials. But I guess there's nothing at this time that is on the market or feasible for use that is reducing.
Yeah, there's more and more versions of materials that are being, I guess, developed that are lower emissions than equivalent options. There isn't a zero emissions option for infrastructure materials, other than some would argue timber.
Have you looked at the ODP?
Yes.
Yeah. Is there anything in there from a within your area of expertise that you comment on, or I think it should be?
I like the changes that were made from the original version. I think the fact that there's 3 commercial areas within the development is a good thing from an emissions point of view. I think that encourages people to, use active travel to get to local services, which is great. And I really like the additional cycleways and particularly the fact that some of them are off main routes. I think you'll see quite heavy utilisation of those. I guess if there's tree planting as much as possible in the reserve areas, that's also beneficial flow. That when you talk emissions and tons of CO2, you need quite a lot of area to be planted in trees to make a significant impact. But there is the opportunity to do that, which would be great. I guess
we touched on this before, and I'll repeat myself with those questions again, and it's that issue about CRC, what they've raised, and CCC in terms of the impact on intensification, and we've discussed that. And you're right, so we had the discussion before, but in a general sense, if you're comparing intensification across your city with the greenfield development in Lincoln, is that likely to be a better greenhouse gas?
is it likely to be lower per person?
Better outcome.
It would depend on the people to an extent, I think. You're looking at lots of different factors. So the size of the house, to an extent dictates the energy usage and the carbon going into the house. So let's assume houses are the same size. The difference, I guess, the drive for intensification from an emissions point of view is really very focused on transportation and encouraging more, particularly more public transport. On the other hand, I guess the thing is you've got Lincoln at the moment, which is probably not big enough to warrant frequent bus services. So if you actually grow the size of some of these, Rolleston and Lincoln, it might actually have a positive impact overall because it allows that scale of development, creates more need for more opportunity for services to be located within the area. And as I say, those type of transport functions to be better than what they are today. I think the other thing is, as I come back to that point about the people and what they want to do, if there's a real demand, which I understand there is, for self-contained section with maybe a small backyard, and it's not possible to afford that sort of property in Christchurch City, which it would seem difficult for people to get on the property there. And we're not providing that in maybe closer to Christchurch, then it's the Darfield and Leeston type areas that my presumption is if your motivation is to have a single a block of land to raise a family on, then you potentially will compromise on travelling more to achieve that outcome, which means we're going to have people commuting in from Darfield and Leeston, which would be a suboptimal outcome compared to Lincoln. I guess, yeah, it's interesting, just to go back to your point about intensification of the big cities, and particularly Auckland's case is, their argument, the council's argument is we're trying to intensify across the entire city. We haven't really planned for that. We should be intensifying along public transport routes. near train stations and that sort of thing. I think that argument makes a bit more sense than just saying, let's go willy-nilly and whack 3 houses on everywhere. I don't know that that will create a better outcome from the public transport network in Christchurch, for instance.
So the property focus can have a better transportation outcome.
You'd like to think so.
There's you involved in the hearing aid in West of Melbourne? No. No, it's just there was some particular matters which were identified in the ODP in terms of rules relating to making sure that there was the ability to charge EVs overnight and those sorts of things. There were different requirements, different ratings, etc. for the quality of the homes. I'm just wondering, how much do you think those sorts of things can be important?
Yeah, I think making homes EV ready would be a great thing, and that could be something that the council actually sets out. And that doesn't require a huge amount, it just requires enough electrical capacity to essentially be provided in the garage. I think it's pretty achievable and doesn't add a lot of cost either to the houses. But you're far better off to have it provided for when you build the house than you try and come back retrospectively and retrofit. I guess something like that could be incorporated. That's great, but as I say, maybe that's a Southland District Council opportunity as well.
And the things you identified there is making sure that natural gas LPG infrastructure is not provided. Encouraging the uptake of solar, PV panels, etc. So all those things can make a difference.
Yes. And I'll go back to the comparison I've made to the number of houses in Canterbury and the vehicle kilometres. Those are all based on current emissions factors. And both of those are going to improve over time. So our electricity emissions are going to reduce per kilowatt hour over time as our grid becomes more renewable. Some could make an argument that South Island was largely 100% renewable now, because we obviously most of the time we're sending energy north rather than it coming south. But the factors we use for electricity are national rather than localised. So the number that I've got there, the 2,500, it'll be in 10 years' time the equivalent of more houses than it is today.
Working from home, and I won't take much more of the time, but working from home, you've done a bit of analysis on that in terms of relating it really to Lincoln. Because it's going to have limitations, restrictions as to who can work at home, and so issues in terms of what the one that has on the CCD and all of those sorts of issues. But in your view, the makeup of the Lincoln community makes that more likely.
It seems to be more more tailored towards those, the white collar type worker than the person that needs to be hands-on. There's lots of different studies out there that were done during the lockdowns and then post-lockdowns, and the jury's out a wee bit on what's going to happen with working from home. But it seems that flexible working is probably here to stay, which involves maybe a couple of days in the office and a couple of days from home. And I would expect that if you lived 20 kilometres from the workplace, we had to look and patch bus, or there's a bit of time involved in that travel, you're more likely to want to work from home.
Discuss further about the commuting range. We will identify that. So this is pretty much looking at the central city, pretty much an ideal commuting distance for.
Yeah.
Just a final question. Is there a direct relation and or a direct relationship between density and greenhouse gases in terms of, because there's a number of areas in your evidence you talk about apartments in the construction phase are more intense, etc. in terms of those uses. But is there is there a general relationship that concentrated density is better than
well, so the study that we've got is done by Brands and Massey University, and it compared 3 different housing typologies in New Zealand: apartments, standalone housing, and just terrace housing. And it worked out on a per square metre kilowatt hours energy per square metre basis, that when you take into account the embodied carbon, so that's the materials that go into the development up front, and you look at the operational emissions from energy use over time, that the standalone housing and the terrace housing were roughly the same, that apartments were higher per square metre. But I guess the argument is that if you're building apartments and you're right next to public transport, maybe the travel emissions are lower. But that study only looked at the actual housing side of things.
all right? Thank you very much. Now, I've read your evidence and prepared that summary, which I was asking to read. I think I might get you to take me through your appendix once we finish this, just to the appendix, which was attached in the part of the application.
Yep.
Cross-referencing your evidence. So to start by reading the reading from paragraph 3.
Summary? No. So Rolleston Industrial Development engaged Property Services New Zealand and now Tech New Zealand to carry out a geotechnical investigation and assessment of suitability for the proposed plan change and future subdivision at 1491 Springs Road, Lincoln. I'm the project manager for the geotechnical investigation and design for this site. My evidence for this rezoning request remains the same as that report and is attached to the Section 32 report for the plan change application. The site investigations and preliminary liquefaction assessment indicates that the site is predominantly TC1-like. Other geotechnical hazards, static settlement, erosion, slippage, and inundation are considered low risk with appropriate future engineering design. The presence of potentially organic soils in the low-lying eastern portion of the site increases the risk of static settlement in this area. It is likely that this area may be used for stormwater detention basins or general green space, and as a result of this usage, residential buildings are unlikely. This risk will be assessed further once the overall subdivision development plan is confirmed. However, I do not anticipate this limiting development, for example, roads, footpaths, or house sites in this area with appropriate geotechnical design and construction. My assessment has considered the items required by Section 106 of the Resource Management Act, and in my opinion, the site is considered geotechnically suitable for plan change and future subdivision. Further investigations and design will be carried out at the subdivision consent stage. And in response to evidence of Ms. Aitchison Earl, in paragraph 20 of her evidence, there is a comment about the difficulty of grouting CPT in the Styx catchment that encountered artesian conditions. Whilst I was not involved in that project, I can comment that based on my experience, this is a rare occurrence. The CPTs carried out to date on the Lincoln South site have not encountered artesian conditions, and if artesian conditions are encountered in the CPT, with a quick response, the majority can be sealed or grafted relatively simply. In conclusion, the low-lying eastern portions of the proposed site may have higher risk of geotechnical conditions, but this does not preclude development as these can be developed with appropriate geotechnical design and construction. And from a geotechnical perspective, the majority of the proposed development is considered low risk due to the dense underlying gravel deposits and the ability to design future structures to cope with the seismic and static settlement demands. I'm happy to answer any questions concerning my evidence or the proposed conditions.
Okay, so just from your response to the paragraph 8, you're saying if artesian conditions are encountered in the CPT, the quick response and dry will be sealed throughout. Just explain what that process is.
So in the CPT, it's generally about 45 mil diameter hole, and typically the operators will push some rags or something that will degrade over time down the hole. It's artesian to sort of block it initially, and then you put a mix of sort of bentonite and sometimes a bit of sand down there to block it, because essentially once you stop the water flow, the soils will self-seal themselves with a small hole.
So a mix of bentonite and
sand. Generally bentonite, but sometimes you need the sand to hold the bentonite down.
Bentonite clay.
Yep, just one clay.
So have you not encountered any of the similar difficulties in your practice?
No, we have definitely encountered artesian conditions, absolutely, at a number of sites. But we've never had any issues sealing them.
you worked on sites with the similar to this one in terms of the number of spring heads and?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, the high step subdivision up at Casebrook, and a few other ones, sort of local ones in town and Christchurch and surrounds. So the Casebrook one with high step developments is very similar because of the geology. It's near that Styx area.
and no difficulties counting.
No, and there were issues with springs and having to redesign the subdivision layout, but no overall major issues really.
Do any of the recent changes, the ones that have been put forward today, have you had any input into the most current ones in terms of the setbacks with the 100-metre spring setbacks?
No, they haven't no input into that. That seems, but that's a very long way geotechnically. But I can't comment on the other aspects, but yeah, the geotechnical setback is more in the order of 20 metres would be reasonable, and often we work on projects where we're looking at stormwater setback from a creek or something like that, and we're looking at 7 to 10 metres.
Okay, so you say geotechnically, what was the difference?
Oh, in terms of the risks associated with the ground.
Right, so in terms of
so slippage, i.e. the land moving sideways, or in an earthquake, the land being liquefied and moving towards that spring.
okay, so static settlement, that's just settling.
Yeah, see, when you change the loading conditions, i.e. if you put a big stockpile or something like that on an area.
In your experience, is it a subdivision stage where these matters are really?
Yeah, until you have like a detailed plan of this is where we want the road to go, this is where a reserve's going, this is where the houses are going. It's very theoretical, high level to actually say that you can't or can do something. I mean, this site, geotechnically, other than that low-lying eastern portion, is really good. It's got shallow gravels within sort of 5 metres, and no peat deposits over, what, 65–70%, sort of from the Greenslates homestead west, really.
Mm. So there's this, the stormwater management area and retention areas in the east, they would address any concerns that would be in that area.
Yeah, well, and if they have this infrastructure, they don't have houses, they wouldn't have roads, with footpaths are relatively easily repaired. So no, low risk in that regard.
Okay, have you got a copy of the report that was prepared for the for this?
Our geotechnical report.
Yep. It's just, yeah, I don't, I mean, it's not particularly anything itself, but yeah, perhaps we just go through and just identify anything in there that because of that, you essentially just repeated that in your evidence, you're not in that evidence.
Yeah, there's nothing, so I mean, at a high level, this site is split into a western 2/3 and an eastern third in terms of the ground conditions. That western 2/3, you characterise it as typically being very good ground, low risk technically because you've got dense gravel, relatively shallow to the surface. I'd have to look and see what the exact depths were, but looking at the CPT refusals in that area, I would say that it's generally less than 5 metres to that dense gravel. And then you've got the eastern third, which is slightly more low-lying and slightly more recent in geological terms deposits. A little bit of organic silt and or peat mixed in there, but that's not a great surprise given the depositional environment.
Lateral spread, is that interesting?
Yep.
Yep.
Sorry, oh, actually, it's not. It's essentially covered in the slippage section, and because there's a low liquefaction risk, you can't really have lateral spread or stretch if you don't trigger liquefaction. And the clayier soils, so those more recent soils in the eastern portion, are less susceptible to liquefaction. So where those stormwater ponds and basins would be located would be in that sort of area.
So around the streams and Lincoln, sorry, so stop going to the document, but yeah, was there liquefaction around the Lincoln township?
There was, I think, small amounts from memory relating to the September quake. Looking at the shaking that experienced, so Lincoln University has a what they call a strong motion sensor in it, and that it recorded 0.44 G, which is quite a significant amount of shaking. But I don't think there was huge amounts. I mean, a lot of Lincoln was mapped as TC1, so relatively good performance, and probably TC2 at worst. But I'd have to check specifically, sorry.
is there a difference between this land and the stage or whatever it is, subdivision, in terms of the land for just the issues that were identified there with pavement construction?
Yeah,
The difference in geotechnical.
I don't think geologically, i.e. our ground, that there is a difference. So as part of this, I did a bit of background research more for my own interests around the presence or otherwise of peaty soils encountered in Te Whariki in stages 3 and 4. And you could sort of see that where that was present, it was petering out on if you drew a line, it would be northwest, southeast. And so our site had less of those deposits than what was sort of encountered in Te Whariki. Not to say that they're not there in the Lincoln South side, but that was just sort of where the distribution appeared to be. My gut feel from talking to others involved in that project and reading what Mason Reed prepared, it looked like construction in winter was probably a larger issue of the pavements, future performance or current performance, than the actual groundwater levels itself.
So there's nothing overall in your view that would impede a subdivision.
No.
Certainly nothing under 108.
No.
That was what I had. Thank you very much for saying that.
Is that right? Perfect comment.
Unusual. All right. Thank you. So we'll do anything and yeah, it's been emailed, I think. So.
Start, sure. Correct. Yeah.
No, I haven't heard anything back.
That's the infrastructure.